Welcome to beautiful Sheridan for Joint Corporations meeting. We're going to take up some different election bills and assorted things and redistricting tomorrow. Roll call, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Senator Boner? Here. Senator Case?
Excused.
Senator Nethercott? Here. Senator Scott? Here. Representative Blackburn? Here. Representative Clausen? Here. Representative Clifford?
Excused.
Representative Duncan?
Here.
Representative Ayer?
Here.
Representative Hunt?
Here.
Representative McGuire?
Here.
Representative Roscoe?
Here.
Chairman Driscoll?
Here.
Chairman Swanser?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Very good. First thing this morning, we'll be taking up elections, 22 LSO 57 open primaries, 22 LSO 58 ranked choice voting, 22 LSO 102 timeline to present absentee ballots. And after those, we will move on to Representative Nyman's runoff elections bills and the constitutional amendment to go with it. I asked everybody in the crowd, we got a big crowd this morning. These bills are all of importance to everybody. We're going to run this as tight as we can. I'm going to try to keep these first two bills to about 30 minutes apiece. We've already done testimony on them before. So if you've testified at previous meetings, I ask you to keep it really short. The committee's basically heard the base end of it. So give the facts on it, whether you're up or down on the thing, and try to keep it as tight as we can. We'll run through them. We'll spend a little more time probably on the absentee ballots and the runoff elections, because those are basically new bills that are coming up. So with that, we're going to take up elections open primary. And I think we're just going to go ahead, unless there's objections from the committee, just take comment. We've all seen the bill, and I'm just going to go ahead and move on to public comment on it. Is that all right with you, Mr. Co-Chair?
Mr. Chairman, I do think there are some staff comments in the bill draft that I guess are policy issues we should discuss as we move forward. I don't know if LSO has opening comments on the bill drafts, or when we get to those questions that the staff has that we need to make decisions on, we can make those at the correct time.
Do we have staff that wants to present? Sorry, I should have prepped you guys on it. My bad. Welcome. And obviously, I don't have to tell staff, anybody that testifies, first thing we need to know is your name and all your end of it. Proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. David Hopkinson, staff attorney with the Legislative Service Office. I'm happy to go through in as much or as little detail as you want with this bill. And just looking at the staff comments, we were pointing out on page 2, just a few of the policy decisions testing. Okay. Looking at the staff comment on page 2, just a few of the policy points that will remain in this draft. That this draft would advance twice the number of candidates as positions up for elections. That it would allow a candidate to refrain from identifying any political party if they were to choose so. It amends the definition of major political party, minor political party, and provisional political party by adding the definition, or adding as a potential office for consideration there on what constitutes a major political or minor party, President of the United States, and it extends the elections that can be used in determining what constitutes a major political party. And that last sentence there is actually incorrect. It extends the elections to include the previous general election, so it would now 2 general elections could be used for determining what constitutes a major, minor, or provisional party, or well, major or minor party. The provisional party remains essentially the same. It removes the option for an individual to petition for nomination. And it removes the primary election of precinct committeemen and committee women, and instead requires them to be elected based on each party's respective bylaws. One other point I did want to mention about this draft, should the committee choose to proceed with it, it might consider removing the vacancy provisions and the elections of the precinct committeemen and women to a separate bill draft. And that's simply to avoid any potential issue with multiple subjects in the same bill. I'm not saying that that is an issue, but it could be something for the committee to consider. If you would like, I can stop there, or I can proceed to walk through the draft, however you would prefer.
For everyone that's here, let's go ahead and do a quick run through the draft just real fast so the audience understands exactly what we're up to and any comments we have. Thank you.
Proceeding with the bill draft then, Mr. Chairman, on the bottom of page 2, it creates a new statutory section 225404 vacancies and nomination. What that section is primarily doing is, later in the bill, we see that the current vacancies for primary nomination is repealed. And this one would require that if a candidate nominated, and now I'm over on page 3, a candidate nominated at a primary election declines to accept nomination, dies, moves away, or is otherwise disqualified, then that vacancy would be filled by a person who is qualified and who received the next highest number of votes at the primary election. And if no qualified candidate exists, then the vacancy would be filled by the state central committee for state positions, county for county. And if they did not indicate on their application whether they were a member of an existing political party, then it would remain vacant. And that takes us over to page 4. We can see the statutes there that are being amended by this bill, a fairly significant amount of them. At the bottom of page 4, we see the First Amendment there that goes over onto page 5 as well. And that is simply changing for appointments to fill vacancies that if that person's affiliation was indicated on their application for candidacy, then that would they would be considered to represent that party. Otherwise, they would not. At the bottom of page 5, we see again those changes that I mentioned previously about the major political party definitions. We're adding the United States president, and then we're extending the general elections in which a major political party could obtain 10% or more of the total votes cast for those specified offices. It would include the 2 general elections there. Those same changes are made to minor political parties on page 6. And then to the provisional party, it just adds the United States president for the provisional parties on page 6, line 16. On page 7, the change here is where we are striking at the top there that a person could be nominated by petition. It leaves in primary election or political party convention or filing an application for primary election. And that's under the definition of what constitutes a candidate. Page 7 further down, the language here, we're getting rid of, essentially this bill draft combines what has traditionally been partisan primary ballots into one ballot, so everybody would be getting the same ballot. So we're cleaning up and removing partisan and nonpartisan offices and removing down at the bottom there also the election of major party precinct committee men and committee women, as that would be determined by party bylaws. Same cleanup there on line 18, removing partisan, nonpartisan, and just changing that into candidates. Page 8. Again, we've changed things. Here it's for county central committee, consists of precinct committee men and women elected in the county. Here it changes that just to the bylaws. And at the bottoms, line 15 through 19, that language would now be obsolete. So that is stricken. As again, those committee men and women would be determined through the party bylaws. And again, same change, page 9, changing that to as provided in party bylaws. At the top of page 9. The middle of page 9, again, that change is being made to account for vacancies in county central committees, and those will be filled by party bylaws. The bottom there, we are striking language on lines 19 and 20 for provisional parties not being able to participate in the primary election process. It simply strikes that language because they would just be on the primary ballot. On page 10, here we are eliminating the petition for nomination for independent candidates, requiring that, as it says there, nominations of candidates for all offices filled at general election except school and community college district offices and special district offices shall be made by primary election. Page 11. At the top of page 11, we are deleting the petition option, striking that language. And towards the bottom there, we're simply doing some cleanup there, getting rid of the partisan offices on some of the ballot language. On page 12, additionally, that's simply some cleanup or conforming amendments, I suppose would be the better term, removing the party references. Page 13. Here we see conforming language at the top there that if the applicant desires to list party affiliation and some of the requirements there, and the new subparagraph D, again, that specifically is providing that they may indicate on an application whether they are or not they are a member of an existing qualified political party and whether they want that on the ballot. Lines 17 through 20 is again conforming amendments for precinct committee men and women. Page 14, line 10, just conforming amendments for party affiliation if they declare it. Line 16 through 18. We're getting rid of the partisan ballot, so that's conforming amendment there, striking language related to that. The bottom of, or the top of page 15. Here it's providing that the candidates would be twice the number to be elected to political office. It changes in the middle there, slightly the process or what qualifies, who qualifies as a write-in candidate. In essence, here an individual would have to, in order to be printed on the general election ballot as a write-in candidate, they would have to have at least a minimum of 25 votes and of course sufficient votes to qualify as one of the top two or twice the number of people for positions open. Towards the bottom there, again, some conforming amendments cleaning up the precinct committee men and women. On page 16, some conforming amendments, simply getting rid of party because we're not referring to parties on those some of those ballots. Page 17, again, some conforming amendments, changing party headings, and those sorts of things in that language up there. Again, same with the bottom, 14 through 19, cleaning up or conforming some what would be obsolete language in the precinct committee men and committee women. Page 18, conforming amendments for the ballot language. And towards the bottom, again, just some conforming language. And then at the bottom line 17 through 23, this language is being added here because we are repealing the section that does that later on in the bill. So we've just removed that and placed it here for people to vote for those retention of judges, et cetera, that we see continuing on to page 19. On page 20, again, some conforming language with the changes to the primary ballots. The same thing on lines 7 and 8, and frankly, through 15 through 23, we see the same type of thing there. And the top of page 21, that stricken language again made for the same reason, just conforming with the changes. On lines 8 through 15 on page 21, this primarily, again, since we're not having multiple ballots or multiple party ballots, some conforming language and conforming changes there. Getting rid of the different colors of ballots. Bottom of page 21, again, just striking that nonpartisan language, because that is not a distinction that will be made any longer. Page 22, top there, again, striking nonpartisan type language and ballots. And then on lines 9 through 13, adding for the retention of justices, et cetera, the same list that we kind of saw earlier, just adding that onto the general ballot. Page 23, again, conforming language there, or conforming changes, like striking language of each political party. Similar changes, lines 4 through 6. On lines 14 and 15. And lines 17 through 19. Here we do have a slight policy change, I suppose would be one way to term that, in that originally the way it works currently is that a political party representative and representatives of independent candidates may be present at preparations for voting machines. This would allow candidates in as well to be part of that rather than just independent candidates. And again, that's simply because of the changes we're making to the primary ballots and not distinguishing between parties for those purposes. Bottom of page 24, and the continuing on to the top of page 25, this is striking some language that would be obsolete because of the changes that this bill would make. On lines 12 through 15, page 25. Again, here we're seeing that candidates themselves could also be present for testing of the voting systems. On page 26, again, striking some obsolete language, conforming amendment there. On page 27, a conforming amendment as the petition would no longer be allowed. Page 27, lines 17 through 23. These are some changes being made when considering vacancies, whether or not the person had indicated their party preference. And when they're considered to represent a political party if they had indicated that preference. On page 28, just some conforming changes there, getting rid of what would be obsolete language with respect to petitions and nonpartisan. Same thing on page 29, striking various uses of nonpartisan. On page 31, striking language because those sections are ultimately repealed. And same thing at the lines 12 and 13, those sections are repealed because they're covered by the new sections. Section 3 on page 31, we do see the language that is repealed by this bill. And for the committee's reference, all of those statutes have been included in a staff comment. And that covers everything that this bill would repeal. And then jumping ahead to page 46. Section 4 requires rules to be promulgated by the Secretary of State. The committee may wish to consider whether or not a firm date there would be appropriate. That is something we often do, and what that date should be. And section 5 provides the effective date. And again, it's a split effective date there, but the committee should consider what effective date would be appropriate for this particular bill draft. With that, I know I went through some things pretty briefly and quickly, so if there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Very nice job, Mr. Hopkinson. Committee questions. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So I'd be correct that if we were to pass this draft and move it forward, we could implement this for the 2022 election cycle. Is that how I read the bill with the effective dates? That we could allow for a jungle or an open primary starting 9 months from now?
Mr. Chairman, I would defer that question to the Office of the Secretary of State. I think they're in a better position to answer that than I am, but I think that is one of the intent. Certainly, if that were a possibility, that's one of the reasons it's drafted the way it is.
Follow up or further questions? Yes. Yeah, you have a hand. The committee will deal with that. Yeah, the committee can deal with that when it comes. That's, I thought we had a staff hand back there. I'm sorry. Yeah, we don't do questions out of the crowd. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. Do we have any legislators that want to make any comments, or Secretary of State? Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman Committee. Jennifer Martinez with the Secretary of State's office. So this bill would actually require some modifications to our statewide voter registration system, online candidate filing system, and our campaign finance system potentially. Roughly a fiscal impact of over $800,000. And as you are all likely aware, we don't encourage any kind of modifications to the system during an election year. We currently perform all of our maintenance in an off year. Right now, we have already defined the scope and are currently testing to those requirements for the 2022 election cycle. And so we wouldn't be able to implement these changes until the 2023 maintenance cycle to be prepared for the 2024 election.
Questions for Ms. Martinez? Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. If you could just walk us through maybe what those changes are, or what we're examples of what needs to be changed that couldn't be done in 9 months.
Sure. So technically speaking, there is a content management system, generation of ballot styles within the statewide voter registration system. And so there's a lot of different moving parts. Currently, the system, specifically with the open primary, I believe it gives you the option to place your party on the ballot or not. And we also have a very robust reporting system within the statewide voter registration system that already includes all party information. And so that would be another significant change.
Follow up or further questions, committee? Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jennifer, would the cost be reduced at all if we were predicted to, we were going to try to fix it or change this by the 2024 election? And another question is, how many other states have an open primary? If you know, thank you.
Sure. So I know that I believe there was a memo presented that indicated how many states actually have an open primary. I don't have it in front of me, but I think it was provided maybe in May. I could go look, I might have it in my documents. As far as the cost, that really doesn't affect the cost, regardless of whether it's instilled in the future or not, it would remain the same unless there are changes to the bill itself.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
So I just want to make sure I understood you right. So if we do this in 2024 and 2023, there's an additional cost, or it's part of the routine maintenance that we'd already be doing, and there would be no cost at that point under kind of the routine updates?
Sure, thank you for that question. There would still likely be a cost because it's hard to tell at this point, but yes, there would still be a cost to implement these changes. I did have one question too, if I may,
Please.
Mr. Chairman. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the question I had, and I apologize if I didn't quite understand, but I was just wondering if this bill limits presidential candidates to only those, registered in the party, because it seems to strike the language that allows for an independent candidate petition process. And so I was just curious, how does that impact presidential candidates?
Mr. Hopkinson, would you like to query on that? I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I don't think any of us can answer that easily.
As far as the impact on independent presidential candidates, they would, I guess the way I would interpret this is they would need to run on the primary ballot. They could list themselves as an independent, but they would need to go through the primary ballot process through the primary election.
Ms. Martinez, does that answer it well enough for you?
It does, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Ms. Martinez? Thank you. We'll move on to public comment. Members of the public, anyone that's out there, we'll go with in person. Mr. Holland, go to the table, and Mike, please.
Thank you,
Well,
Mr. Chairman.
welcome.
My name is David Holland. I'm from Crook County, and I'm proud to see a Crook County senator chairing this meeting. I'm also vice chairman of the Wyoming Republican Party. I'm speaking mostly from my own knowledge. I was reading an article this morning. Well, there's a quote from one of our founding fathers, and I don't remember, I didn't look it up. I wish I had. And he said, one of the greatest threats to representative government is when you have wholesale bills that are too wordy and too complicated for the average person to read and understand. And he warned against that. And we see that when we see the Democrats on the national level pass bills that they say we have to pass this 2,000-page bill to understand what's in it. The thing that has made our country a successful republic is we believe in individual liberty, and we believe that the informed voter is the best thing we can have to guarantee our liberties and to hold our elected officials accountable. I don't know who wrote this bill, and I don't want to insult anyone, but I don't know what problem you're trying to solve. I do know that the Republican Party is the largest grassroots organization in the state of Wyoming. And we have a very active party basis in every county. And it allows for tremendous, robust debate. It allows, and people who are familiar with it know, that leadership in several counties has changed direction, going both ways, going either way in the county parties, because the county parties have elected precinct people. When you do away with election of precinct people, how are precinct people going to be chosen? Are they going to be chosen from whoever is in charge at the moment and they get to pick their friends and appoint them? Or do we keep it at a grassroots level where the most basic, important elected position in the state of Wyoming, in my opinion, is the precinct person? And the precinct person can be so beneficial to an elected official because they can bring information to you and they can represent you to the people. We asked a year ago, and right now election integrity nationwide is the #1 priority of Republicans across the nation and Republicans in Wyoming. We asked a year ago to close the primary, to make it to where the primary people can't go in on election day and switch parties. We want the Republican primary to be decided by Republican voters and the Democrat primary to be decided by Democrat voters. This bill takes away everything. This bill is not representative of what the people of Wyoming want. And I pray that none of the Republican members of this committee were behind sponsoring this. This is absolutely what is going on nationwide. There's an elected class who has contempt for the people who put them in office. And I pray that that doesn't apply to you. I pray that we have a Wyoming legislature that represents the citizens. And the thing that makes our nation strong is an informed citizenry, to have an open primary and people run and they don't have to identify what party. This is exactly what's happened. One of the two things that's happened in the state of California that's made it a uniparty state. And I don't think anybody, Republican or Democrat, wants a uniparty state, not if you care about the liberty of the people. Our job is to inform the electors, and this takes absolutely away from that. Ronald Reagan said, and people made fun of him, they said he's a simpleton, but he said the simple answer is almost always the best answer. Throw this bill out and give us a closed primary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. You stay seated if there's questions. Is there any questions for Mr. Holland? Apparently not. Thank you. Further testimony from the public. And I'll ask you not to do applause. We just take testimony and we act on it. So I'm not doing it to be rude, but that's. Yeah, no, it's fine. But we really try to just keep it. Any further testimony on it? Please come forward.
Morning. Thank you for coming to Sheridan, Wyoming. Appreciate it. Welcome to our town. My name is Ronald LeBlanc. I hold a doctorate degree in pharmacy, and I'm a former member of the State Board of Pharmacy here in Wyoming. I've been a resident of Wyoming for more than 2 decades, and I love this place. I noticed that there's been 2 major candidates, or elected officials, shall I say, that were put in office for far less than majority votes. That means to me about 2/3 of Wyoming voted against these individuals. I prefer primary to ranked choice or open primaries. My representative is Cyrus Western. Perhaps you know him, had a bighorn, and I'm going to invite him to see about persuading folks to request to implement a primary runoff. So Wyoming stays run by people that Wyoming want to have in office. And thank you very much for serving.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Any questions, Mr. Black? Further testimony from the public? Further testimony from the public? Come on forward, please. If I don't see you, just walk up to the table. Welcome, Gail.
Gail Simmons, Civics 307. I'm from Sheridan County. I gave you a presentation. I had made most of this available to you previously, so I'm just going to go through it just at a high level. On this presentation, my point is that to the previous speaker, there's actually two things I believe that makes a difference in a republic. The first is participation, again, by an informed public. The second is competition. And what you'll see is that in the 2020 election, in the general election, 63% of the legislative positions had no competition in the general. So those were decided in the primary. That's important because only 2/3 of the electorate actually participate in the primary. That includes 36% of registered Republicans who do not bother showing up for the primary. On the general, 92% of registered voters in the state participate. So again, one of that whole idea of participation is really critical. So I have some pages here that basically show the change in competition when it's a top two primary. I also gave ranked choice voting. I'm not going to come back up again on ranked choice voting unless something specific comes up. It was brought up about the rating, if you will, over and over again, and I've done this now for 3 election cycles. It is a trope that there is party affiliation change and then move back. So on that spaghetti chart, what I did was for 2020, I went back, compared at the individual level of those who voted in the primary, back 2 previous elections, and then what the registration was at the beginning of 2020, what it was on primary day, or excuse me, general election day, and what it was in January of 2021. And what this shows are any of the changes that were made. And specifically, the greatest changes are where unaffiliated change over 1261 into Republican, 666 into Democrat. Also, interestingly enough, the number that changed from Democrat to Republican was only 1,026. There was 1191, or actually more, who changed from Republican to Democrat. So the point is that the numbers of changes are exceedingly small in comparison. So I get the concern about that. One of the things about open primaries is to address the concern of the party, which I happen to be a part of about individuals being in the party who don't really belong in the party. What really is happening is individuals who care about voting, who may otherwise be unaffiliated or Democrat or Libertarian, basically affiliate with a Republican and stay there. We don't have crossover voting. We have people who've thrown up their hands and said, I want to make a difference. So regardless, I'm going to be a Republican. The best thing about the open primary is it eliminates the incentive for that to happen, which actually does clean up how people are affiliated. I also would recommend that you put back into this bill, if it goes forward, to have, in addition to the ballot, have reinstate primary for the purpose of the precinct positions. That should be the only one that is in there. On precinct positions, the participation of both people filing for precinct, and I only did GOP because that happens to be where I'm at, and the number of votes is even worse. So when you look at the number of positions that are available for precinct people to file, only 57% of those precinct seats had anybody file. And in the 2020 primary, votes were cast for only 49%. So the bottom line is where the attention needs to be, I think for you and for the parties, is in getting people to participate, to actually show up and vote. That's it.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thanks. So Ms. Simon, I guess I have some questions because, well, I just heard the vice chairman of one of our political parties say that we want election of precinct committee people. We don't want hand-picked people. And I feel like you just asked what us as a legislature can do. I guess I want your mindset. Is it the legislature's job to encourage political parties to get precinct committee people to run? Or is that, in your mind, a partisan job of each political party to get people on the ballot?
Mr. Chair.
Mhm.
Sorry, I wasn't more clear. I believe that in addition, if with an open primary, that you need to also include a partisan ballot. And that partisan ballot needs to be for the precinct people. That would be the responsibility of the legislature. It is absolutely the responsibility of the political partisans, the parties, to get people to file and to get their people out and actually vote in the primary. So that was the split. It was just for you to have that partisan ballot there.
Okay, thank you. Troy.
Hey, Ms. Simons, were you finished, Ms. Simons?
Yes.
Okay. Further questions from the committee? Further questions? Thank you. We have anyone else out of the public? Come on forward, please.
Thank you so much. My name is PJ Marshall, and I'm a precinct person here in Sheridan County. In the Republican Party, previously lived in the state of Montana, where they have an open primary, which is, diametrically speaking, they're two different states. One's a closed shop, one's an open shop. Throughout our history, the closed primary has worked beautifully for the state of Wyoming. And so we have two competing ideologies. We have those on the left, they used to be Democrats, and we have those on the right, and they compete in the marketplace of political ideas. I think the open primary would diminish that to a degree. And I think by keeping it separate, by keeping people in the marketplace of ideas, we have people who are conservative, people who are liberal. And in our last election, we had gubernatorial election. We had many crossover from the Democratic Party to run or to vote in the Republican primary. And we tried to initiate a bill in the legislature to correct that. It didn't go anywhere, but I think I'm here to speak only to that it's worked so well for so many years to keep the two political ideologies apart. If the Democrats win in the public square with ideas, they're going to win in the general election. But to cross them over or to mix them together or put everybody on a ballot on an open primary, I think would diminish the freedoms and liberties, as mentioned just a few moments ago by the vice chairman of the Republican Party of Wyoming in the state of Wyoming. So I hope and pray that we keep a strong closed primary system.
Questions for Mr. Marshall? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. Forward. Welcome. You've traveled a ways.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Alan Slagle from Weston County. I know several of the members on this committee very well. They're in from districts that I charge of, being vice chair from Weston County. I echo the sentiments of David Holland and the fact that I ask you to oppose this bill as it takes away the freedoms of the people. And I just think we need really what we need is, rather than the legislature or the state dictating what the parties do, we should do like all the small parties do. Each party brings forward their own candidates. And if they want to do a primary or want to do caucus or whatever, I feel that's what needs to happen, and not even necessarily have a primary election unless you got more than one candidate from each party. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Slagle? Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Could I get
Carl
you to take your
Allred
hat
from,
off?
oh, sure.
Thank you very much.
Carl Allred from Uena County on and against this bill. To be honest, the primary election, the term election is kind of a misnomer anyway. It's the party selection process as to who their candidate is going to be, which is why the primary election isn't even mentioned in our state constitution. I believe that the voters have a right to know which direction a candidate is going to go. I mean, let's be honest, a lot of them don't know the candidates that well, but when you put a D or you put an R behind your name, that's telling the candidates, you know, which principles you subscribe to. And that's why we need to have the partisan as far as a primary. If the state doesn't want to do the primary, at least the Republican Party is fully willing to handle that themselves within the party. But if we're going to go with this type of a bill, then let's just get rid of the primary. Everybody goes to the general, because you're not identifying the principles that you believe in and that you're going to put out to your constituents that you're going to stand for. You have no reason to put an R or a D behind your name under this bill. This bill also causes a lot more problems that aren't identified in here. We have statutes and rules about how many of each party belong on committees, management committee, management council, the different committees, some of the state committees. They say, you know, you're going to have so many Republicans, so many Democrats and things. This doesn't even touch that. If you don't have to put an R or a D behind your name, then how are we going to deal with that? But I would urge that you vote this down. Like I say, if you want to consider this type of a process, then let's save the state a lot of money and let's just get rid of the primary and everybody go to the general, because there's no reason for a primary at that point. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Allred? Questions? Thank you. Any further testimony from the audience? Come forward, please.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Junick. I'm from Gillette, and I did send an email to each one of you a couple days ago. If you read it, as I know Representative Zwanitzer did. I am what I call a reformed Washingtonian. I moved from Washington State 7 years ago to Wyoming, and I am so excited to be here rather than my entire life voting in the state of Washington. I am representing a couple of thousand people in a grassroots movement. And one of our concerns is crossover voting. So we're looking at past elections, not just 2020, but 2020 definitely raised it to a level of people rising up and speaking out more than they ever have before. And one of the concerns is crossover voting. Well, this would be a way to eliminate it with this bill. But we want it eliminated and allow Republicans to vote for Republicans, Democrats to vote for Democrats, and independents to vote for independents. So I would rather see an elimination of same-day registration and same-day change of party, but not this bill. Thank you.
Question for Ms. Junick. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Unick, I just was wondering if this open primary wouldn't open up room and be more fair for independents, because now you have to have a petition and everything, but something that other candidates don't have to have. So I guess my question is, do you think that this open primary would be more fair for people that want to run as an independent, exercising their freedom and liberties, really? Thank you.
Ms. Junick.
I'm not sure why I have the pleasure of having the one question asked of me. Having to think on my feet.
Feel free not to answer if you don't know it.
Thank
It's no problem.
But no, I am just, I do not believe that an open primary is the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Come forward, please. No, you got to come to the table if you want to, and
Sorry.
if you want to testify, you can come to the table.
All
and
right,
identify.
all right, I'm
Thank you.
happy to. I'm just questioning,
Please.
I'm sorry, I'm Jackie McMahon. I'm a Sheridan resident. Came here in 1950 when I was 2, left for about 5 years after I retired to work in Montana and moved back to care for my elderly mother. But I'm just questioning, do different partisans think that their public can't identify them by their ideas? If they cannot identify them by their ideas and they need to have a label to identify themselves, then yes, you probably need an election that is not an open primary. If you have an open primary, people have to identify you by your ideas and not just by your label. And someone who has shopped, not because of labels, but I shop for candidates because of their ideas. And that's the end of what I have to say.
Question for Ms. McMahon. Thank you. Any more of the public? Come forward, please. Let's keep it pretty short. We're running behind, so.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of this committee, my name is Robert Garrison. I'm from Johnson County, where I'm both a resident and also the county chairman for the Republican Party. And listening to this, it just reminds me that if we go back to our founding documents, how wonderful they are. That we have a recognition that we have to form a more perfect union. The operative word being more. We will never be perfect. But as I listen to the comments being made about an open primary, where we cannot really distinguish what's going on, I feel that we lose power. If you look at the founding of our federal government and both our Wyoming state legislature, we didn't put it all into one party or all into one house. We have senates, we have the representatives at both levels. It's a balancing system. If we had a one-party system, because we diluted what we were saying, I fear that we would end up with a one-party system across it, that we would not have a balance of ideas to be expressed in the public forum. Back in 1776, 1774, as we began the Revolutionary War, that was what we were faced with. We had a one-party system that the colonists existed under, the King of England. Speaking from that standpoint, we need the diversity of opinion, the diversity of parties. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Questions for Mr. Garrison? Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have people online? Okay, come forward, please. Do we have people online, Katie? Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Lois Peterson, Johnson County. What we've heard from everyone is the concern over crossover voting. The Republicans are unhappy that they have to have people voting in their primary who are not Republicans. Democrats are not happy that they cannot vote for county positions, people who govern them, because there's more Republicans, they're not on their ballot, so they can't vote for the people who are going to govern them at the county level. That's why they switch over. We can reduce that and eliminate that by this bill. So I would vote in favor of this bill, and I wish you would take, serious consideration to keeping that problem out of our elections. They have not been working well for everybody. The independents, the Democrats, unaffiliated are not being able to be represented, or they can't vote for their representatives if it's kept the way it is. So I would encourage you to go with this bill.
Questions, committee? Thank you.
You're very brave.
Yes.
Further testimony? Further testimony? Last chance. Okay, public testimony is closed. Committee, what's your pleasure? No, let's just go ahead and work through the bills.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would move the bill for discussion, and part of the discussion would be whether we are moving it right to the 2021 session, or we'll move it to the next meeting based on some comments, but I at least move to put it on the table for discussion among the committee.
Second. Representative Hunt, seconds. Open for discussion. Mr. Co-Chairman, you like to lead off?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, thanks. And I guess I heard a lot of great public comment on the idea, and I teach political science, so I have some disagreements on some of what was said, obviously. So, right, the founding fathers didn't like political parties. They tried to work against them. You read the Federalist, it's pretty apparent that that's what started the Federalist or anti-Federalist and moved into political parties. And for 50 years at the beginning of our country, all the founders said, political parties will probably be our downfall unless they're and such they move away from ideology into what Madison called factions. But I do believe with a couple of speakers, they said kind of the right things, that all the open primary bill does is two major things. One, it removes the label. And so, you don't officially run as a Republican or a Democrat or an independent. You can choose under that bill to put that label forward to represent yourself as a member of that party. But I think I fundamentally agree. We talked about this spectrum of the left and the right, and we all fall somewhere different on that. Going out into the marketplace and saying, hey, here's what I believe. Do you believe the same thing? Without just saying, hey, let me hold up my card that says R or D on there. And that automatically qualifies me that we're just alike and I agree with you on everything. I think a lot of Republicans in this room, I have different philosophical Republican beliefs than some other people, and we're in our own little intra-party marketplace of ideology. So, I think the bill has merit. We asked where the bill came from. It was really because one of our parties brought forward this, we have to fix things in our election system. And they brought a runoff primary idea, which I thought this committee agreed was not workable to do soon. And so the open primary idea came forward last meeting that this is something we could do that would be effective in 2022, that would solve a problem that I think everybody agrees, and this committee has talked about for almost 20 years, that, we do have it's time for kind of a change in our primary system, depending what that change looks like. But I guess that's my kickoff thoughts are, I don't see a whole lot of harm in this bill. I do think it disadvantages precinct committeemen and how that process works, and we may need a separate bill for that. But I do think that's still in the parties, right? It's not the legislature or the statute's job to force people to run for committee chairmanships. That's really both parties' prerogative to get people to represent those precincts. And I think, 57–60% of them right now are being filled, and others are chosen by the party. And I heard the vice chairman say that's a bad thing, and I agree. People should be running. So I don't have any concerns with the bill. I think it's worthy of debate for the full legislature. And those would be my opening comments.
Thank you. Further comments? I have one. It's apparent we can't do it in 2022 either because of the Secretary of State. So that's just a correction, not a stance where we're at. Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, this would be a lot of fun to go down. It would be a blast. I think we could have a lot of fun with it. I think it could do some good things, but to be honest, it's a huge lift. It would never happen in a budget year. There are so many people opposed that I really don't think we should take up the committee's time on it. Okay, and there's a lot of philosophy here that I think people could stand to get their arms around a little bit. For one thing, that I don't believe the word primary or any reference to primary is in the state constitution. I don't think so. I looked and looked and looked. I don't think so. There's also no references to political parties except for in one place when it's the qualifications for judges, where it says that a judge can't hold a political party office and be a judge. That doesn't apply to everybody else, only judges. So, you know, to me, it comes down to, we have a very strong Republican Party in Wyoming. They're the majority of folks. They're thinking hard about how they want to lead the state. But I think there are two words that come to mind. One is, would they want to win elections or do they want to govern Wyoming? And I think if you want to win elections, you tilt things to win elections. That's why you close off the primaries. You don't let people change parties. You don't you don't encourage a whole bunch of candidates. You oppose an open primary because you might not win an election. But do you want to govern a state and you want to pull people together and you want to seek majority and you want to seek common ground, then you do things differently. I'm looking at a Republican Party that wants to win, not one that wants to govern. And I really believe that. But this bill will never get anywhere. We'll waste a long time working on it. And I would just, at appropriate time, if people want to make statements, fine, but I will move to table it. And I don't want to do that before people have their say.
Wise words. We'll take the motion at the end of testimony. Senator Scott.
First, let me say that I agree with pretty much everything Senator Case just said, and when the time comes, I'll second a motion to table. But Mr. Chairman, I'm opposed to this bill for some very fundamental reasons. I don't think my objections can be cured by amendment, and I hope we do not carry this forward. Mr. Chairman, I've multiple concerns. Let me just cite the two most important. First, I think an open primary has the potential and has been demonstrated elsewhere to cut major political parties entirely out of the general election. And it can happen mostly when the majority party has two strong candidates and the minority party is eliminated from the general election. I think that is unhealthy. It can theoretically, and I think sooner or later would, happen the other way, where you get a situation where a minority party with some strength in the district, but a minority party has two popular candidates and the majority party has a small horde. You could very well get a situation where the majority party was cut out of the general election. I don't think that's healthy either. The second objection is I think it does weaken the party system, and I think the parties have very useful functions the way our democracy works. So, Mr. Chairman, I would hope we would dispose of this bill today and not see it again.
Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, as the committee knows, I am the member of the committee who made the motion to bring this bill forward, and I did that with the interest of the issue of changing and somehow reforming elections is before this committee. I think that we should have had, put all options on the table. There are different ways of doing this. There are different states do it differently. And so I think that to this point, today that, we're hearing public comment and so forth, and but I just want to clarify that is my main interest in bringing this bill forward was to have the committee discuss as many options as possible. And obviously, we've got 2 more bills to get to today that have 2 other options there. And so, Mr. Chairman, that being said, if we are voting this up or down, Mr. Chairman, I will still vote yes, just because I did bring the motion forward initially, but if we're moving to table it, I would also support that. So thank you.
Further comments, Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I agree with almost everything that was said, except for tabling this thing. I believe, Mr. Chairman, that maybe because I'm the only independent in the House, that it would just gives me, not me, excuse me, it gives Wyoming people the equality that, everyone has a chance. And also it opens the door for compromise. It's an extremely complicated bill the way it is. And I think we have to recognize what the Secretary of State's office has said, that we need to, we wouldn't even be close to being ready for this election cycle, but we would possibly for next. And I think it's something that Wyoming people who think for themselves and value their liberty and freedom would like to have the ability to run as an independent. Right now, as an independent, you are at a little bit of a disadvantage. And so I would like to see this thing move forward and worked on for the following cycle. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further comments, committee. Senator Boner.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not to pile on too much, but on and against the bill and for the motion to table it, I'd just like to point out that political parties do matter in our system of government. They are important. They do have a role to play. We can agree or disagree with that, but I think of the example of, say, Nebraska, which officially has no partisan affiliation in the legislature. There is an unofficial affiliation, why I understand it. So we can remove or try to remove political parties as much as we from the process and statute as much as we can. I become concerned that that will not in fact really do much to remove the partisan nature of the, as just the reality of the system we live in. So for that reason, as well as a few others I won't mention, have already been mentioned, I'm asked that we or recommend that we table this right now.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I guess my only thought is we have 3 bills before us. I'm fairly certain which way the other 2 are going today. And it is our #1 issue for Management Council that this is an issue we should work on. And I'm just not sure I'm ready to, I guess we can untable them at any time. It just seems a little premature before we've heard the other 2 and have the full range of discussion and comments to table this one indefinitely. So if there's a motion, I would vote no, and then we don't have to have a motion to go anywhere with it. But depending on which way the other 2 bills go, I'm not sure I want to walk out this morning having no options for a #1 priority for next year.
Thank you. I'll do my quick little piece. I have no heartburn whether we have bills or not from what Management Council comes. It's our topic and we'll deal with it as we see it. I think the bills are all healthy. I appreciate the testimony this morning. It's apparent how inherent priority wise it is for all of the voting public to be able to voice their deal. And as we go through it, it is really, really, we can see the importance to everybody, how it falls. And I think probably the base of our entire society as far as legislating is based on the right to vote and how we do it. And we get to see how complicated it is. These bills are all long. When you get into elections, none of them are simple, none of them are easy. I think it's important everybody's heard. We're running over time on this and it's worth it. With that, I'm going to go ahead. We've got a motion and a second. And we've already done the discussion, I believe. So
Mr. Chairman, I think it'd be in order if I think a motion to table has some advantages in this circumstance and it supersedes the motion on the bill. So I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Motion to table was made.
It actually wasn't.
You made it and Senator Scott. Okay, go ahead and make your motion then.
Yes, I moved to table this bill.
And Senator Scott has seconded. I thought you'd made the motion in your talk, so we've done it.
No, the motion to table not being debatable, I said I will make a motion to table it at the appropriate
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you.
My misquote. They were in favor of tabling indefinitely at this point. This bill, which I don't know the draft number, raise your hand, please. Table of the bill indefinitely. What? Oh, we could do a voice, do it either way. I'm chairman, I'll call for. All opposed? Okay. Bill is tabled. We'll move on to the next bill. We're actually running behind, so we'll try to.
And I thought we started at 8:30. I'm very sorry. I apologize, Mr. Chairman, everybody. Thank you, Senator Nethercott, for trying to remind me. I appreciate it.
Okay, gotta pull my computer back up. We let it go to sleep. Okay, the next bill we'll come to is 22 SL 58, ranked choice voting. Mr. Hopkinson, would you like to come forward with it as well? Welcome again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Hopkinson, Staff Attorney with the Legislative Service Office. Reviewing 22 LSO 0058, elections ranked choice voting. Generally speaking, the purpose of this bill, of course, is simply to create a ranked choice voting system within Wyoming. At the bottom of page 1, we see that section 1 creates 2 new statutes, 22.2.123 and 22.5.404. And the bulk of the bill is in that first section here, 22.2.123 ranked choice voting, that outlines the process and how it works. To start with, section A establishes that ranked choice voting shall be used for primary and general elections in which more than 2 candidates are running for nomination or election to one public office. It allows voters to rank candidates for an office in order of preference without regard to political party affiliation.
Mr. Hopkins, move the mic just a little closer to yourself. Thanks.
It's okay. Is that on? Test? We're good now? Okay. Okay. Paragraph 1 provides for the tabulation of the votes and establishes that they would proceed in rounds until one candidate is determined to have received more than 50% of the vote. If no candidate has received more than 50% of the vote, the candidate with the fewest number of votes in that round is defeated. And in each subsequent round, the number of votes for each remaining candidate who has not been defeated in a prior round shall be counted. Each continuing ballot counts as 1 vote for its highest ranked remaining candidate, except that a ballot that does not rank a remaining candidate ranks more than 1 candidate at the highest ranking, or contains 2 or more sequential skipped rankings before its highest ranking during the round shall not be counted. Paragraph 2 establishes that if no candidate has received more than 50% of the vote, again, that the fewest number of votes is eliminated and they proceed, rounds continue until one candidate has received more than 50% of the vote. Section B provides that the Secretary of State would promulgate rules pertaining to ranked choice votings, and those rules would specify the methods and procedures for evaluating the markings, how to evaluate repetitive or redundant markings, or instances where only 1 square is marked. On page 4, paragraph 2, the methods and procedures for tabulating results and resolving ties, consistent with subsection A, which we just went over, and with the following for resolving ties. 2 or more candidates may be defeated simultaneously in any round, and a tie between candidates in the final, or a tie between candidates with the fewest number of votes, would be determined by lot. Paragraph 3, the methods and procedures for reporting the results of the round and determining the candidate who received the next largest or highest number of votes in the event of vacancies, to be prepared for that possibility. Paragraph 4, that the methods and procedures for declaring the nomination candidates and filling vacancies in nominations. 5, procedures for auditing results. Paragraph 6 on page 5, the procedures and information required for reporting results. And paragraph 7, the instructions for voters to be printed on the ballots. The new section 225404 deals simply with vacancies in nominations and what happens in those situations, and provides that if someone declines to accept a nomination, dies, moves his residency, or becomes disqualified, that the nomination would be filled by the person who is qualified and received the next number of highest votes at the primary, as shown on the official canvas. And if no qualified candidate exists, then on page 6, the state central committee would be chosen by the state central committee of the political party. 4 offices voted by the entire state, by the county for within the county or subdivisions. And if they did not indicate on their application if they were a member of an existing political party, then the nomination would remain vacant. Or if the nominee was a write-in candidate, that nomination would remain vacant. Subsection C, a candidate may withdraw simply by or only by filing a written withdrawal in the filing office. And if they withdraw after the ballots are finalized and approved by the clerk, the county clerk shall not be required to remove the candidate's name, but they would post a notice at each polling place that the named candidate is not the party's nominee for the office designated. On page 7, section 2 outlines the statutes that are further amended by this bill. We see lines 18 and 19 provides a definition for ranked choice voting, which is simply that procedure that we went over on the first few pages. On page 8, this is providing the language or that would be printed on the ballots. And frankly here, with these changes we see on lines 8 and 9, and again in the new subsection, or in lines 17 through 20, essentially the ranked choice, if that is what that election is being run on, those instructions would be specified by rule of the Secretary of State. One thing that the committee may wish to consider is if we even want to keep some of this language or have it all provided by the Secretary of State. And that was one thing I wanted to bring to the committee's attention. We see the same changes on page 9 on instructions for how those candidates or the names and naming and such would be on the ballots. And primarily the new ranked choice would be, those instructions would be set by the Secretary of State. I'm practically eating it, but I'll keep trying. On page 10, again, changes just to how the ballots would be formatted and how they should be, an individual should be able to mark or write in their votes or the ranking of the candidates. Again, page 11 is the same type of changes there. Providing that the Secretary of State would specify by rule what the language for the instructions would be. And then on page 12, for canvassing procedures, there's a new section there for providing an H on page 15 through line 15 through 18, that for elections in which ranked choice voting was used, the results that essentially the count canvassing board shall keep those results of each round in which were tabulated and any other information required by the rule of the Secretary of State. Page 13, lines 5 through 9, provides that the abstract, that the content of the state abstract of an election would now contain the results of each round in which votes were tabulated and any other information required by rule of the Secretary of State. Section 3 there repeals 225401 and 225403, which are included in a staff comment for the committee's reference. One other quick comment I would make on this bill draft is the committee, again, similar to the previous bill, they may want to consider splitting out the vacancy changes into a separate bill draft. Section 4 provides simply that the Secretary of State would promulgate rules. The committee should consider what date that would be appropriate. And again, I would defer to the Secretary of State on that, the specific date that this could be implemented by. And same thing, Section 5 there would be an effective immediately date. But whether or not that's appropriate, certainly the committee's discretion and something to consider. With that, I would stand for any questions.
Questions from Mr. Hopkins? Question. Thank you. Do we have any agencies or legislators that wish to comment? Senator Case.
Well, somebody I want to ask the question, is this implementable by the next election? And we'll need to get that at some point. Because I suspect it's the only change to our election that is doable by the next election.
Okay. Do we have anybody that can answer that right now? Come on up, Jennifer. Welcome. Again and again.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, Committee. Jennifer Martinez with the Secretary of State's office. So based on our current rule and law, this would not be able to be implemented for the 2022 elections. The reason being is, aside from the fiscal impact and changes to our voter registration system and other items, the challenge with this bill really is the fact that ES&S's RCV component, their ranked choice voting component, is not federally certified by the EAC, and that certification is currently required in Chapter 12 of our rules.
Thank you. Further questions from Ms. Martinez? Mr. Co-Chair.
I guess, let me ask a dumb question. You have more than enough time to change your Chapter 12 rules in the next 9 months. And the federal certification, when did we start caring when the federal government certified our stuff? Maine doesn't have it, right? Lots of cities do it without the federal certification. That doesn't seem like that can be the reason that the federal government says thou shalt not do something. We say, okay, but if it is, tell me why.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Representative, well, and Representatives wanted to say, Mr. Chairman. So really with ranked choice voting, those other states that have implemented it don't require the federal certification. And at the state level, they actually have their own testing process, testing and certification process that they handle, which they do use components of the federal certification process anyway. However, we do not have the expertise at this time in our office to validate whether or not that RCV component is functioning, as expected with security and other matters.
Thank you. Further questions? I have one. Any clue what it would cost if we actually did it? If you'd have to hire staff and redo it?
Sure. So the changes to the system would be roughly $860,000. And then in addition to that, it's my understanding that the RCV component would also cost an additional $10,000 per election per county to have that piece of software added into their configuration.
Thank you. Further questions? Senator, I see a hand. Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, that's first of all news to me that, you'd have to go through that certification process, and that presents a challenge for the 2022 election. I'm just curious if we were to take the route that, say, a state like Utah did, make it optional for maybe a municipal or county election, would those same barriers exist for the 2022 implementation?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner, was the question if it was only for municipalities or?
Right. Say we pass a bill that makes it optional, the municipal election could be, you can use ranked choice voting in a municipal election at the discretion of the city council. Would there be those technical issues in that circumstance?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner, I believe there would be, because you're still utilizing the same voting system equipment.
Thank you. Further questions? Senator Case.
Well, Mr. Chairman, maybe in general for the office. So as we looked at our possibilities of changing the election at our last meeting, it was very clear that a runoff election is not doable because of the constitutionality. You'd have to change that. There isn't enough time to have a constitutional change before the next election. So it seems to me that if folks are interested in changing the structure of our elections to, in essence, achieve the outcomes of a runoff election, this is their closest choice that they could possibly have. And so I'm a little bit unpersuaded I heard about rules. I heard about some monetary requirements. I heard about federal certification, but none of those seem absolute if we all really wanted to move this bill forward to me. Is there anything that just absolutely says we cannot do it? If the legislature were to say, do it and provide the money.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, the other piece to that, aside from the certification process, is the changes to the systems that would be required. As I mentioned earlier, typically we do that maintenance period on the off election cycle. And so if we were going to get the money and push it forward and push it through, that would present challenges as far as modifying the systems. The way it works currently is, we would write requirements, and then ultimately, the vendor codes those requirements, we test it, we provide feedback, we test it again. Following our final test effort, we actually do what's called a regression testing. So then in addition to that, we also ensure that nothing else is impacted by those changes. And so that process in itself does take quite a while. And the risk here is modifying the system in an election year prior to implementing it in 2022.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. Definitely understand that there's a risk. There's a lot of people that don't like our existing election structure. They don't like people winning with less than a majority. I mean, this is fundamental. It's more fundamental this year because of the political landscape. So there's a lot of pressure to figure out a system which will determine who the majorities are. This is the only one that seems implementable, even though there are obstacles. I concede it. I concede that, absolutely. But it seems like one policy decision we could make is not say, well, it's too difficult to implement, so let's kill this bill today. Wouldn't it be better to keep the bill alive, move and understand implementation better, and have it debated in the general session, have the Secretary of State and yourself work hard to try to figure out what this would entail, and then we have an option. It may pan out that when we get to the general session, that option isn't a very good one, and it's just not going to work, and it could really mess things up. But if we kill the bill now, we don't have that option. So could the Secretary of State's office work with us on kind of that contingency plan and look hard at this if we move this forward?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, we could certainly look at the options. There are, several reasons as to why this likely can't be implemented for 2022, but we would certainly work with you, and we could discuss that further outside of the committee meeting if you'd like.
Sounds acceptable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? Thank you. Sure you'll be back. Okay. Testimony from the public. Do we have any testimony from the public? Come forward, please. Yep. If I don't see you, just walk up. You can stand behind the table so we can keep it going because we are on a time frame.
Hello, Mr. Chair. My name is Chris Corfanta, and I first want to thank you and all the senators and representatives here for serving as citizen legislators and trying your best to be fair-minded and represent your constituents for the best of Wyoming. I really appreciate it because the political climate's pretty spicy right now. I am from Sheridan County. I have good evidence I was conceived here. So I'm not exactly native, but I've lived here since 1980. I'm representing a group called Braver Angels. I am the blue leaning, that means the Democrat leaning co-chair of Wyoming Braver Angels. My red co-chair, my Republican co-chair is Thomas Brantley out of Cheyenne. I first want to talk to you a little bit about our principles and then lead into why I'm speaking here. We're an organization, it's grassroots, working to unite red and blue Americans to depolarize America and depolarize Wyoming as well. As individuals, we try to understand the other's point of view, even if we don't agree. In our communities, we engage people we disagree with, looking for common ground and ways to work together. And in politics, we support principles that bring us together rather than divide us. I provided a purple sheet for you because it's a combination of red and blue. And the backside can be cut in half and you can pass it out to people who use social media and are polarizing the environment if you don't want the front. We are a small but mighty, we have a small but mighty regional group called Wyoming, Montana Braver Angels, and anybody wanting to check us out can look us up on Facebook, Wyoming, Montana, or I think it's Braver Angels, Wyoming, Montana. We've sponsored a number of events online for Wyoming and Montana, and our steering committee has been discussing a forum since last spring on with a Braver Angels debate style on ranked choice voting. We are hoping to have it early this fall. This topic of how to run elections so that the person elected represents a majority of Wyoming voters is something that everybody should be concerned and educated about, no matter one's political leanings. I do want to commend Representative Hunt for bringing up his idea. I think it's well worth more debate and to come out of being tabled so that people across Wyoming can learn and study and be open-minded and share different perspectives so we have a better idea of what's best for Wyoming. So anyway, I just want to encourage you and other participants at this event to check us out. And if you're interested in participating in a debate on this issue or a forum, I highly recommend it. And please get a hold of me. My email, I scribbled on the bottom of your paper. I don't want to see any of this bill tabled, and I should have spoke earlier on the other. I think more people across Wyoming need to talk with their neighbors, people with different points of view, and really come up with a good solution for Wyoming. And so with that, that's all I have to say. I'm nervous enough, so.
Nice job, thank you. Questions, and I'd say your last name, but I'd butcher it. So questions from the committee. Okay. Everyone else can, but I can't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Are you related to Nicole Cafanta?
Very, very distantly. All
Really?
Corfantas in Wyoming are distantly related.
Cool, thank you.
Committee, our Zoom is down. We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Great.
And we'll be back in 10 minutes. Hopefully we got Zoom back. Are we close to getting it back, Katie? We're back in. We have just finished with the presentation on ranked choice. I think we asked for legislators and government agencies. Now we're to public comment on it. So anyone in the audience like to make comments on ranked choice? Come forward, please. And be brief. I mentioned make our break go from 10 to 27 minutes. So we're definitely behind more than we were at my problem. Welcome, please identify yourselves and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am the king of brief, so I will stick with brevity. My name is Frank Ethorn. I am the chairman of the Wyoming Republican Party, and it is my job to speak for the majority grassroots Republicans in the state of Wyoming. So that's why I'm here. And if you notice, there are many officers here because the grassroots has made it their number one priority and has worked up through the county parties to the state party to say that indeed election integrity is our number one priority. The electorate is very focused on this issue. And so I'm here to speak on and opposed to ranked choice voting. I did bring my colleague and national committee man, Corey Steinmetz, to give details as far as problem areas with ranked choice voting in other states. But let me speak generally to the concept. First of all, people find it very confusing. I will name the metrics on which I speak today. They come through our website, email, text, phone calls to our state party officers who then report to our executive director. As you know, we have a physical office in Cheyenne, 1714 Capitol Avenue, and we get a lot of walk-in traffic there that give us input and feedback. We weigh this and we mark down those comments. We also get it through each of the county parties, and those culminate in state central committee meetings. Those are elected officials from all 23 counties in the Republican Party. And let me just summarize, there is no support for ranked choice voting. The only alternative that we are finding support for is going to be in the next bill, and I'll gladly speak on that. People want a majority candidate victor. They want to see 50% plus one clear winners to represent us in these offices. And so that's why I'm here to speak against this concept. It is awfully confusing, and I will turn the mic over to Committeeman Steinmetz to give specifics on other states who are experiencing extreme difficulties with ranked choice voting. And I would take any questions on my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. So as the national committee man for the Wyoming Republican Party, we do have access to every other state's colleagues in our positions. And I did talk with one. I felt like probably the most important thing this committee could consider is the real life impact of ranked choice voting in a state. The state was Maine. So I spoke with the executive director of the state of Maine and actually obtained some comments from a clerk in the state of Maine. I thought that might be kind of interesting for you guys to hear. So I just want to read just a couple of the notes that she sent out to me. First one she says is any election official implements elections knows there's already an immense amount of paperwork to process with every state election. With ranked choice voting, the increase in the amount of paperwork was overwhelming. Another comment she made was talking about how those who struggle with understanding and comprehending how to vote in a ranked choice voting process. Her comment about that was that the group that struggles the most with ranked choice voting are the elderly. They struggle enough in their life without ranked choice voting. It's a frustration they should not have to deal with. The financial cost alone should deter any state. Such costs would be warranted if it provided voters a more accurate and concise way of voting. Ranked choice voting does not do this. She closed her comments by saying ranked choice voting presents an even higher cost than dollar value. It is losing the trust of voters, believing in the system, and confidently casting a vote for whom they wish. When they lose faith in the system, they do not bother to vote. I don't think that's our goal, to encourage people not to vote. And I would suggest that I think due diligence is probably beyond the testimony we're going to hear here. I think it would behoove all of us to find more information from states that have actually implemented ranked choice voting, determining the costs and the level of confusion. So I'm going to close with that and I'll take any questions.
Ms. Steinmetz. I have one for both of you, and it's not to totally put you on the spot, but define election integrity to me, because we've got the clerks all kind of raised up, and I think everybody's got a little different thoughts of election integrity, and I don't want to waste a lot of time. Don't go crazy on it, but tell me the party's view of what is election integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be glad to address that. Whether it's nationally or in Wyoming, election integrity is defined as auditable elections, a paper trail, number one. As many of you know, I served on the Republican National Committee, Election Integrity Committee, and that was one of the number one issues, auditability. Secondly, no connectability with any voting, no connectability to the internet, remotely or otherwise. And we know that technology has provided for that connectability. That's a big concern. So back to the basics. That's what the public is telling us. Thirdly, crossover voting in Wyoming is very much a concern by the electorate, and they want to see a closed primary. Happy to see your support in tabling an open primary that goes the opposite direction of everything we are hearing. Those three are how election integrity is defined by the public through their feedback to us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back quick to the mention that discouraging voting because it may be a confusing process. Has the state of Maine or any municipality or other local entity that has adopted ranked choice voting seen a decline in their voter turnout since they've adopted that method?
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Mr. Chairman, yes, they actually have seen a decline in voting, mostly because of the frustration of not understanding, but also a feeling that their vote didn't necessarily count. And I know that there'll be others that will dispute that notion, but that's the reality of what they found in Maine, even though they undertook multiple ways of educating the public, including flyers, including seminars. They still had confusion, and they surveyed those who didn't vote, and 24% of the ones who didn't vote because they didn't understand the process.
Ready? Thank you. Come on forward, please. Oh, go ahead. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, Mr. Ethorn.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that I wrote this down fast enough. So election integrity was auditable, paper trail, no connectivity, and stop crossover voting. Those were your three definitions for election integrity. Did I get that right?
Those are the three priorities that define election integrity as presented to us from the grassroots. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Can I ask follow up on that?
Absolutely. Senator Case.
Do you allow for same day registration for a new voter or an unaffiliated voter?
We're finding no support for that, Mr. Chairman and Senator Case. And the reason for that is folks that are engaged in the party in all 23 counties, this is what they're telling us. You should know what your principles are before the day you vote. You should know the ideals that you are supporting in the candidate and in the party before the day of voting.
Mr. Chairman, just follow up. So if we have the ability for a new person in Wyoming or an unaffiliated voter to register at the polls before they vote, and that helps us with respect to the Federal Motor Voter Act, would you prefer that we were under the Federal Motor Voter Act?
I don't believe I have specifics as far as directives from the grassroots dialing down that far, drilling down that far. We'll be glad to look into that and see what kind of feedback we get.
Further questions? I have one last, and I hate to do it. Audibility. When you're asking for an audit, are you talking about bringing in an audit firm, or are you talking about, because right now I've been an election judge. You conduct an internal audit with the clerk. When you're all done, you basically go through the thing, and then they do another one after it's done. And so what level of audits do you propose?
Mr. Chairman and committee, as far as the specifics as who does the audit, win, if there's a contest, challenge, a recount, those are up to the individual voting areas. As far as the key here is auditability, so that there is accountability in how that vote took place, and that it cannot be changed by any other means, paper trail.
Perfect. I think you'll have a presentation. Don't leave. There'll be one coming after this. You'll get to see kind of how we're doing, and then we'll visit more. So thank you. Further comments from the audience? We have someone that's raising their hand. Please come forward, please. We've got more. Go ahead and just line up behind the table. It'll save us time.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Jan Loftus. I'm with the Legislative Action Committee of Republican Women of Sheridan County. The goal for all of us here is for elections that reflect the people's desires best, so that we know that we are being governed with consent. Ranked choice voting does not achieve this. I have 3 reasons to ask you to discontinue spending time on ranked choice. Ranked choice number 1 is more complicated for voters. So complicated that proponents in Maine published a 19-page instruction manual. Also, to avoid losing influence, a voter must rank every candidate. Well, Wyoming had 16 candidates for US Senate last election. Imagine trying to find enough information on that pool to meaningfully rank all of them, even on one issue, to really know about 16 candidates. Voter turnout is low already, as several have commented, and ranked choice will further disenfranchise those voters who are already least likely to vote. So number 1, it's complicated. Number 2, ranked choice doesn't solve the problem of lack of consent of majority. Where ranked choice has been used already, a substantial number of voters cannot or do not rank multiple candidates. If people strongly disagree with some candidates or don't know anything about them and don't rank them, then these voters have no say in later rounds of tabulation. In 2011, the mayor race in Portland, there were 15 candidates, where almost 18% of the votes were exhausted before a winner was determined. A mayor's race in Oakland required 10 tabulations. The winner received less than a quarter of the first round votes, less than a quarter of first round votes. It wasn't a majority. Maine, in a congressional district in 2018, the incumbent received the most votes in the first round. But after 14,076 ballots, 14,000 ballots were eventually thrown out for not ranking all, the incumbent lost. Runoff elections solves both complication and a true majority vote. I'm not going to speak on that, so I thought I'd throw that in. My last point on ranked choice is that it's been tried and repealed in many places. Well, we're talking about a lot of time and a lot of money to implement, and if we dump it as other places have, that would be quite a waste, where Wyoming is already struggling at times for money. Burlington, Vermont used it twice and dumped it. Ann Arbor, Michigan used it 1 time only. North Carolina used it for judicial elections 1 time and dumped it. Pierce County, Washington used it in 2010 and repealed it in 2013. And in Maine, there are currently attempts to repeal their ranked choice. If you were interested, I'd be pleased to send you the articles where I got this information. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Loftus?
I'd like to have that information.
Please send it.
Ms. Loftus, you can either send it to LSO or you can go on the website and send it directly to the entire committee, your choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions for you? Thank you. Further testimony from the public. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. On the surface, ranked choice looks like it'd be a pretty good idea. But if you look at some things, I was looking at Fair Vote, a couple of other sites, and as it's already been testified, the system is very complex. I've got a background, a degree in computers, accounting, finance. And I look at it and I'm reminded of the old saying that liars figure and figures lie. What happens if, is the way I understand it, and I got to admit I'm confused, that if you take my vote that didn't get a majority and you move it up to the next person and that person doesn't get a majority, it keeps going up. Well, if I'm good at picking the losers, eventually that loser is going to have more votes than the best people for the candidacy. So I would speak against moving this forward for you, that it leaves us in a situation that we're not doing anything except moving people up, and it may not be that way. The statistics, would vary as to who picked the winners and losers, but consider that in your deliberations, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, committee? Questions? Thank you. Come on forward.
My name is Jackie McMahon once again, and thank you all for at least considering these options. I think in the past, a caucus has been a way that different parties have been able to elect a candidate. And what ranked choice voting essentially is a computerized caucus. Instead of physically standing, if your candidate doesn't get enough nominations, you physically can go and move to another candidate. The Republican Party has a dilemma this session, whether they want to amend it or not, in that they have several candidates. It is extremely possible that one candidate could get 25% of your vote, and the other candidates could split that vote in so many ways that that one person that had 25% of the votes would represent all of you. As far as I'm concerned, a caucus system and ranked choice voting is a very fair way of getting more votes. You do not have to rank all 19 or 20 votes. You can vote for one person. If that's the only person you really care about, vote for only that one person. You have up to 5 people that you can rank, and you can rank them according to your first choice, your second choice, your third choice, your fourth choice, your fifth choice. It is an expensive process to change to this, but it represents more people than an either or. Computers have a binary system, which is essentially what our democracy and our way of electing people is right now. You either are for or you're against. And this system uses the computer system in a much more complex way that represents more people across the board. We have a complex society, folks. We have complicated issues at hand. This is no longer a simple world, and we need more than a binary system, an either or system, your way or the highway, my way or the highway. Anyway, we need more avenues to solve our problems than this. And as far as I'm concerned, the two-party system is good for one thing, and that is making money. They take your money, they take my money, and distract us from issues. If you want to perpetuate this, fine. I've lived in Wyoming all my life, and I have a brain and ideas, and I'm not going to let people tell me this is either here or there. Thank you.
Question for Mr. McMahon.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Co-Chairman, did you have a question for her?
Question's probably way up.
I do have a question, just because, oh, Ms. McMahon, I'll wait for you to sit back down. Hi.
I don't know who's talking to me. Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. It's exciting testifying, right? But you, I mean, you've heard the same concerns we have about the difficulty and the time. Quite honestly, if people do really want to take it seriously and trying to investigate candidates and make sure they understand, who they're voting for. And some people will, right or wrongly, think they have to rank every single person.
Right.
Just any concerns or, understanding that this would be a little more onerous than our current process. Thoughts on that? Do we just encourage the voters to try a little harder and only the people who want to vote show up and those who are truly committed will spend the time? Or do you feel like we're disenfranchising, the elderly and the people who thoughts on that?
I do not think it disenfranchises the elderly. And I think it, I'm an elderly. And I think that I feel like it gives me more options. And I think it encourages turnout from more people. We have a system where in Wyoming, I forget the statistics exactly, but of all the people who could vote, we have a very small proportion of people who actually do. And I have heard from a number of people who say, it doesn't matter, my vote doesn't count anyway. This is a way of saying, I really don't want this person, but these 5 individuals I would accept. And it's not a binary system. It is a system that incorporates numerous ideas and ideologies. So anyway, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, what was your name again?
Jackie McMahon.
McMahon. Okay.
Yeah.
My hearing's not so great sometimes. And
Well,
I heard
mine
Matt.
isn't either.
I just want to say thank you so much. It's just wonderful when we live in a world right now where one side wants to smash the other side, knock them flat, don't want to have their ideas come on the table. And I really appreciate that you'd like to hear all ideas.
And I
so
do.
Thank you.
I do. Thank you.
Other questions, committee? Thank you. Welcome.
Frank Pratt from Johnson County, and some people would consider me in the elderly class, and I'm not confused about ranked choice voting. Also, the idea that people don't have time to look into the candidacy and start ranking people. I disagree with that entirely. If I'm ranking people, I want to have a reason, and I'm going to be looking more in depth into a slate of candidates that may be from the same party, may be from different parties, because I want to make my choice as close to what I think is the proper function of a government representative. And as long as I'm looking into that, I'm planning on, I can live with this position better than I can with this one. And so I'm going to rank them. If I'm only looking at one person, I'm accepting that person in his or her entirety. And I don't think that's part of my responsibility as a citizen.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Further testimony from the public. We'll get it. I'll do that last. Thank you. Go to Ms. Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joey Karenni, I'm the chairman of the Carbon County Republican Party. I'm also the District 2 representative for Carbon, Sweetwater, and Uinta County on the Wyoming Republican Party State Executive Committee. Heard a lot of testimony today, heard a lot of people use terms like, we know so many people, we've talked to a bunch of people, but nobody's been able to quantify any of their numbers. So I'd like you to take that into consideration when anybody speaking about who they say they represent, I can tell you quantifiably, the Wyoming Republican Party representatives here today, even if we're only speaking on behalf of the standard 75% agreement we have with any policy issue within the party, that's still 137,000 people we're speaking on behalf of today. And you can check those numbers with the Secretary of State. I'm testifying on and against this ranked choice. This is the second questionable bill I've seen come up today. And what it really does, in my mind, is raise more questions than it provides solutions. And maybe some misconceptions need to be dispelled here of what a primary election is. And the primary election is two things from the Republican Party perspective. It's the state and county's process for narrowing down candidates for their municipal elections or picking some of those municipal candidates and the party's precinct representatives. The second thing a primary is the party's nomination process for its own candidates going forward into the general election. Another misconception that I don't know if the committee needs to hear, but I'm sure the public would benefit from knowing, the Republican Party, the Democrat Party, we are not branches of government. We are private organizations that represent individuals that choose to affiliate with the values that a large group of people have come together and put on paper. Unfortunately, in current statute, Title 22 in the equality state somehow allows for regulation differently between what's considered a major and minor political party. So the biggest problem I have with most of the things that I've heard the committee talking about is the fact that taxpayer dollars are still being spent to do the work of two parties while statute regulates and denies the two minor parties any of the same access. They're also granted a great deal more freedom in how they do their nominations and elections. So I think the real focus here needs to be, how do we in the equality state treat private entities that are not branches of government equally without spending money on what we define as one group and then giving extra liberties or abilities to maneuver to another. The 100 series of Title 22 versus the 300 series is ridiculously stark in contrast to the amount of ability that the different definitions of parties get to do. So what it really comes down to is, not are we changing something to satisfy people to fix their concerns or their desires for this election? Are we looking at Title 22, how we treat our elections process and the political parties properly as a whole, in ensuring that we are doing that equality function and posture properly in the future? With that, I stand for any questions.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Any more testimony from the audience? Any more? Mr. Holland, welcome back.
Thank you. David Holland. There's been a lot of testimony about how confusing this might be. I would just once again remind you, Ronald Reagan was a simple man, and he said the simple solution is usually the best solution. I would also say that we just observed a disastrous evacuation of our troops from Afghanistan because there was an artificial deadline set. And I would ask on these issues, these are so important. I hear that, oh, we've got to have something done by primary 2022. How about we shoot for primary 2024 and we get it right? Thank you. I'm wait for any questions. Yes, sir.
Co-chair.
Mr. Chairman, correct me, Mr. Holland, the whole reason that this issue is before us, from my understanding, was that the Republican Party came to the legislature last February and said, we have to have an election change and we need something by 2022 because we don't want another election without having a different primary system in place. And at least it's my understanding that the Republican Party was a real driver of pushing the legislature to have this as our primary topic, that we had to change our system by 2022. And I don't know, is that still is the policy change that by 2024 is now okay, because at least in my understanding, we were under this big impetus that the grassroots wanted a sea change in a year, and that's why we had to open primary. Anything we could do to try to accomplish this?
I understand your question and thank you for asking. Yes, the party wanted a change. We would like a legitimate runoff election. And talking to the clerks, whom I have tremendous respect for, they say it's doable, but not by 2022. So again, this is, I ask again, what are we trying to solve here? And this solution, it does not address what the Republican Party was asking for. And the other point is, again, we have documentation that if we complicate this, we are not going to engage more people. Now, the people who are here today, obviously, all of us care deeply. And we will examine candidates from Republican, Democrat, Independent. We examine them. We want to know. The vast majority of people, when we have an August primary, they're getting off of fishing and camping and getting kids ready to go back to school. And oh, son of a gun, there's an election this week. Who do we vote for? I don't know. So opening it up and especially giving you multiple choices of people who, if the previous discussion, the open primary deal were to go through, people don't have to identify what party they are. And that is, we are not solving the problem. We are not empowering the individuals to get involved in the election process and vote. So I guess I can't say that I'm speaking for the Republican Party, but I'm saying let's don't pass something that doesn't work just to meet a deadline. Thank you.
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, that might be good advice for us all to take and leave the election structure alone for the next cycle and make changes down the road in every aspect, including runoff elections.
Senator Case, Mr. Chairman, if that was something addressed to me, I would say the clerks have said this is doable by 2024. Let's sit back, take a look, let's do it right. If this honestly can't be done now, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the party, I'm speaking on behalf of David Hall, and I'm just the vice chairman. I have no authority. But I would rather see us do it right. And a wholesale change of the election system, which was what the previous bill was, is wrong. And this complicating the system is wrong. So thank you.
Further questions?
I think we might agree.
None. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience? One last, and we've got one online at least, if not multiple. So if they can, Katie, we can get them ready to go on after this.
Lois Peterson, Johnson County. Just a quick comment. I'm feeling really smart today because, and the Democrats should be doing that from Wyoming, because we did ranked choice voting in our primary last time. It went smoothly. People understood. I had a little brochure that talked about what it was. I read it. I understood it. It went well. I think it's a great thing for you to investigate. I would like to see you support it.
Ms. Peterson.
Thanks,
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you just give us a little more details? I guess I do remember that the Democratic Party had for your officers and internal. How many people ran? How many choices were there? And was it just, and how many races were on your ballot internally?
All the races were on the ballot.
How many? Like 5 officers or 10, or is it the top 4? If you give me the parameters, as close as you can remember.
I don't actually remember, but all the, like, the president was there and several other, major offices were represented there. And we had the same number of candidates that, that were available to Democrats. So there was a lot of and you did have to rank. Unfortunately, we did it late. That was the worst thing about this. It was not done early enough. By the time we did get a chance to do our voting, some of the candidates had dropped out. So that was, yeah.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you. Are we ready online, Katie? And I can't see them, so you're gonna have to tell me who we have, and hopefully we got audio.
Ms. Hebert? Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Nina Aber, and I'd like to speak on behalf of ranked choice voting, both as a voter, as someone who helped plan the Democratic caucus that utilized ranked choice voting, and as well as someone who was raised in a state that has jungle primaries, which is with runoff elections, which I know also is one of the considerations on the table. The first thing that I would like to share is that when we look at ranked choice voting in Wyoming, it's actually the same system that we already use for a caucus. When you have a caucus, traditionally, you gather a bunch of bodies into a room and people go to whichever space in the room is reserved for their candidate. We count people and then we reshuffle. So this is the traditional caucus system that has been used for presidential primaries in Wyoming for many, many years as a caucus state. Ranked choice voting is a caucus, but on paper. We already know that Wyoming voters know how to research the different candidates in a primary. Indeed, we rely on voters knowing about each candidate in a primary to be able to choose the person that they'd like to vote for. So when we have ranked choice voting, we are essentially taking that caucus system that we're already familiar with and saying, rather than come and stand in a room and spend a good portion of your day shuffling bodies in the room, please take your opinions on candidates and write them in order. This is all that it is. It is a system that we already know, that we already use, and that voters are already familiar with. And I would challenge the issue that, or challenge the idea that it is more onerous on voters to research multiple candidates, because that's the assumption that we're already making about voters, is that they have looked into the candidates and they have determined which candidates best align with their thoughts. So rather than pigeonholing each person into choosing only one candidate, we are asking them, what is your favorite and what is your second favorite? If I go to the ice cream store and I say, I'd like to have mint chocolate chip, and they're out, then I can look at what else is left and say, okay, then I'd instead like to go for Superman. I have more options at the ice cream store than I do in a traditional primary. That's on paper. Who's going to represent me in office, I hope everyone will agree, is much more important than the ice cream flavor I'm going to choose. This is a system we already know, basing that research being done on the exact same thing that we already believe that voters are doing when they choose a primary candidate. That's not making it more confusing. That's presenting voters more options and accurately are the best way to determine which candidate is most popular among the people. Moving on to my second point, as someone who grew up in a state that has jungle primaries and runoff elections, I can tell you that voter turnout significantly decreases with runoff elections, that it's very expensive for the state to need to run an entire separate election. And it puts candidates in a position where rather than getting down to the work of the people, they now have to run another campaign and continue raising more money and going through this again, and then relying on people to know that there's a special election. It's expensive. It creates confusion among people of which day is election day now, but I already voted, I have to go again. And especially when we look at people like our railroaders, our miners, our retail workers, our service workers, they have trouble already sometimes making it to one election, much less getting into another one that they may not even know what day it's scheduled for. Expensive confusion and longer races benefits no one when we could have a much lower cost to do this all at one time. Finally, as someone who helped plan the Democratic caucus, I can say as we were looking at having a caucus by another name, which is ranked choice voting, a caucus on paper, We looked at a lot of data and a lot of statistics before we made this decision. And one of the things that we found was that when Maine moved to a ranked choice voting system, they actually saw a 59% increase in turnout over the last Republican primary that they'd had. So that's just looking at the Republican primary, a 59% increase in voter turnout for a primary election. That is huge, and I am happy to provide you with as many statistics as you'd like. I will be more than happy to email the committee all of these numbers from different states, from different cities that have had overwhelming success in moving to ranked choice voting. We had, I do believe, 9 candidates that were on the presidential caucus primary ballot that we used ranked choice voting for. And we actually also have a breakdown of how each of those rounds of voting went. I will be more than happy to also email the committee a very detailed link to all of the results that we had. And we were able to show people, these are how many people voted in the first round, all the way down to, I believe it was 5 rounds. These are how many people chose this candidate in the first round. We have all of that data that we made available to the media, the Associated Press, all of the various election watchers. And again, I'd be more than happy to make all of that available to each of you so that you're able to follow just how transparent that process is. There is no wondering, well, how many people actually wanted this person? It's there.
That'd be great. Yeah, can you kind of wrap it up? We're going to run out of time.
Yes, sir. That is all that I have, and I'm happy to stand for questions. Thank you.
Questions? None. Thank you. Katie, do we have anyone else? That is one last chance for public testimony. One twice gone. Public testimony is closed. Committee, what's your pleasure? Representative Roscoe.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's just been a lot of talk about confusion, voter turnout going up or down. I just wanted to correct something. In 2016, in Maine, where they did have a ranked choice, there was Maine had 73% of the electorate voting in the general election. In 2020, they had 78%.
Representative Roscoe, we got to move the bill to.
Okay, thank you.
What? We can take testimony either way. Go ahead and proceed. We'll do it. Keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to correct something that was said earlier.
Okay. We're back. Committee, what's your pleasure on the bill? You pass. Senator Case. Do we have a second? Second. Roscoe. Discussion. Senator Case, would you like to lead off?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm not fully convinced that this is implementable, but it's the most implementable thing that we have. And we have time by the budget session to sort all that out and let good brains work at it. I'm definitely convinced that it's a better way to do elections. I think it probably has advantages over a runoff election. And it has advantages in my mind over the whatever the jungle or open primary too. So this is the wave of the future, and it's a good one. It's been used in different ways. Admittedly, we're going to learn from some of the screw ups in implementing it, and that's why we should take our time with this. But I'd like to move it along. Keep it alive anyway.
Further comments, committee? Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree that this has a potential, but there's also, I think, a need for vetting it out and how it works in Wyoming. We've heard a lot of anecdotes about how it's worked in other states. One anecdote we haven't heard is what's happened in the state of Utah, which has allowed local governments the option of implementing this system in their local elections if they feel the need. So I'll just go ahead and move a conceptual amendment, see what the committee thinks, that we make this optional only for municipalities or counties at the discretion of their city council or county commissioners respectively.
We have an amendment. Is there a second to it? A second discussion. I think, Senator Boner, you want one more bite at the apple?
Yeah,
or you want to?
Basically describe it, Mr. Chairman. I think that's an interesting concept, but we need to prove it out in real life in Wyoming. And That's why we're offering it as an option. Certainly nothing would happen at the statewide level, but if a local municipality or county wanted to pursue a ranked choice election, then they would have the option of doing so for those local or county elections.
Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not necessarily opposed to this concept, but I think we ought to just keep the whole thing alive. We can add that restriction if we decide we want to do that in during the session.
Joe Chairman's on.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want some clarification. I think a city with home rule could do that. A county having that option, it's difficult. But I think a city or a special district, if they wanted to run it that way, I'm all for that kind of flexibility. And maybe if this is the wave of the future and we start small and people get used to it, because I do think it's the most fair way, but I also think it's really confusing and cumbersome for a lot of people. So maybe that is, I just wanted a clarification if he really meant counties and cities, or we're just talking about municipalities who have distinctions in our law.
Senator Boner.
Sure, if the secretary's okay with it, we could just make it municipalities. I'm not married to any particular concept. Maybe that's more appropriate since that would be nonpartisan in nature anyways.
So the amendment's been clarified. We're still on the amendment. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Can I amend the amendment, Mr. Chairman and Senator, to be special districts and municipalities?
Is that a friendly to you? Senator Boner?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So that's where we're at. We're still on the amendment. Any more discussion on the amendment? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, raise the hands. It'll be a division. All in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. We got to count. I can't count from here. I think clearly we have enough, but we good? Those opposed, raise your hand. 2, 3, 4 amendments passed. 5, sorry. We're back on the bill. We've got a couple options on the bill. We can either vote on it as a draft or we can pass it on to another meeting, and I'm open to either, but I'm just giving you the options, or kill it. You've got 3, so.
Charlie has it.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, on and against the bill. Mr. Chairman, I must say this, it's an intriguing idea. I can see how it would work with a small group of political activists and be successful. But I think when you look at what's happened in some of the other states, and we've seen some recent examples, it is confusing to people. And I guess I would summarize what I see here. The English have a saying, I think, that applies here for ideas like this. And they say they're too clever by a half. And I think that applies here. And the way it applies, it confuses too many people.
Further comments for the 11th hour? Further comments?
Is the motion to the next meeting then?
The motion was to pass the bill. If we need to go to the next meeting, you'll go ahead and amend it that way. Because actually, we're to vote on the bill, I think, the way we're set. So
Let's do it for real.
committee's pleasure.
Let's do it for introduction.
Okay. Absentee, this is for introduction.
To be a roll call.
Yeah, that's we're open. You can amend to move it to the next meeting if you'd like to, Senator. I'm game for either way. Oh, but you can amend the motion to move it to the meeting. It was just still okay. So we're there. We're at question on it. It's a roll call. If it's going to you're voting on ranked choice voting as amended. As amended. Roll call.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote for 22 LSO 58 elections, ranked choice voting as amended. Senator Boner. Aye. Senator Case.
Aye.
Senator Nethercott. Senator Scott.
No.
Representative Blackburn.
No.
Representative Clausen.
Aye.
Representative Clifford. Representative Duncan. No. Representative Ayer.
No.
Representative Hunt. Representative McGuire. Representative Roscoe. Chairman Driscoll.
No.
Chairman Zwanzer. Eight noes.
Bill's failed. You're making our work pretty easy for the floor of this session. That brings us back. So that is off. We are now back to timeline to prepare and process absentee ballots. And we have a little demonstration first. Julie Fries, County Clerk. Are you ready, Julie, to see where she's at? She is there. There she comes. Are you ready, Julie? We'll do the demonstration first, and then we'll move on to the bill. Oh, Julie's got a lot of help. Thank you. Welcome.
Need all the help I can get. Mr. Chairman, Julie Fries, Fremont County Clerk, and with me is Gwen Bartlett, Carbon County Clerk, Margie Irvine, Fremont County Chief Deputy County Clerk, and Mary Langford, former Sublette County Clerk, but is the County Clerk's consultant. What we have for you today is when I was talking to people about whether or not they were okay with the absentee ballot process being processed early if we needed it, because during COVID, as you know, a lot more people voted by absentee than ever before. And we will tell you that a lot of those folks told us, wow, I didn't even realize I could do this. This was so much easier. Why would I ever go to the polls again? So I'm just telling you that as clerks, we take that information and put it in the back of our heads and go, wow, we need to prepare for that for the next election. So the only way that we were able to count these ballots on the Thursday or Friday before was by directive of the Secretary of State. So we took that directive anticipating that this might happen again in the 2022 election. And I want to tell you, first of all, as county clerks, we want everything to happen on election day. So in your handout, page 13, I'm going to drive you right there at the beginning. On page 13, I do have, because we did have one time when we first opened up an absentee polling place, and back when you could only have 3 election judges, and we went till 7 o'clock in the morning counting ballots. And after that near fiasco for me, my husband said, my God, did you ever not test that? So from now on, I test everything. And so in this guide here, when we all got new machines, I tested a 450, which I don't have here today. The last 2 pages shows a 450, and there's also an 850, and those are central count, and they run them a lot faster. You can put a whole stack on and then go through. This is your DS 200 that comes on election day, generally in most counties, as your optical scan for paper. You can do your absentee ballots in a smaller precinct or a smaller county, and they do them this way. I chose this one because it's easier to drag from Lander to here. But on here, I anticipated by processing 32 ballots and then running them through a DS 200, how many minutes, seconds that took. And this is if everything goes great, if everybody does their ballot correct, if we don't have any federal write-in ballots that you have to duplicate, if you're not rejecting ballots and putting them somewhere else. This is only if this is perfect. And just to give you an idea, Laramie County at the general election processed 11,000 ballots. If you do my calculations, and they had 18 teams, and my calculations, and I believe Mary has some of this other calculations for you, it's 37 hours it's going to take them for that many teams, if you can get them all to work for you. 37 hours. Well, what do you do on election day? Do we just keep going to that 7 o'clock in the morning? I'm going to tell you from experience, those judges are tired. Do you want them making mistakes? When do we stop? When do we not stop? So what I want to show you today is what we actually do, because I think there's this opinion that we're seeing results is the big thing. And I want to show you today that we don't see the results. We don't want to see the results. And that from the calculations I'm telling you here, I'm going to calculate, like for us in Fremont County, I said, I only need a couple hours, I think on Thursday or Friday, and I don't need Thursday at all. And then we can get the rest of them done on Tuesday. And I believe every clerk is going to try to kick them into election day if possible. But I'm going to tell you, your big counties, if you have 11,000 ballots, you got to have more time to do it. So with that, the beginning process of your packet is I'm going to walk right through that. So today we have an absentee counting board, and we have to at least have 3 by statute to constitute a board. So today we have 2 judges. Margie and I are going to work on ballots, and Gwen here is going to be the machine manager, but we all work as a team because we double check each other on everything we do. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take the oath of office. The pages are all backwards. Okay. So the 3 of us swear in and sign these. This is part of the record. And this basically is the same oath that if you are, when you're elected, when you go take your oath, it's the same oath. Okay, the next thing we're gonna do, we're gonna take the key envelope. Now, oh, let me clarify, first of all, don't beat up on your county clerks. If you don't like my process, this is totally Fremont County's process. But I have passed this out to all the county clerks and asked if there was any heartburn with anything with that I do. So I'm going to say it's very similar. And in some cases, they are going to be much more rigorous in their counties than maybe I am. I'm under camera and a lot of security. But please ask your county clerk for this same demonstration when you get home, if you would like to, but this is Fremont County stuff. So we have a key envelope here. That's your next paper. And on the front of it, it has our machine serial number that we will double check right now. So I have DS 0319390497. It's correct. It's on the key envelope. It's on the machine. The US stick slot seal, which is also a picture that you have, you can read along with us. The number should be 409. Oh, Margie has to open it, sorry. 409878. Okay, and we have found that those are correct. We now can open up. Actually, we should have done the opening up of this to get the key out of there. Okay. The next thing that we want to do is we want to make sure that, so we've turned this on so you didn't have to wait for this. So on our screen right now, it should say that the public counter is 0. That is right up here. And I'm verifying as one of the judges.
It says Biden wins.
0. 0.
It says Biden wins right across there.
It does not say that. For those people who can only hear you, Senator Case.
It does not say that.
Thank you. And also, if you do an early day, obviously, when we come back the next day and we open this, we know where we left off. The public count was 5,000. I should look on here and now I'm going to verify it's still 5,000 when I open it up. So just so you know how the process would be if we're going early. Okay, on any processing day, oh, then I want to make sure that we know, everybody knows that the political parties are allowed to send observers to watch the process, and you do have our instructions. That is uniform across the state. What you have there, we worked on that with the Secretary of State, and that became our process for everybody across the state. So the parties are able to be there to watch all of this process. On any processing day, the absentee election judges will be in teams of not less than 2, made up of a combination of Republican and Democrat voters generally. We say that because some counties have a struggle getting Democrats to work, I mean, quite frankly. But a judge of another party or affiliated team.
Whoa, time out there. You meant to say that because there weren't very many Democrats, not that they don't like to work.
No, in that county. No, I meant in that county. So they struggle to find enough election judges of the other party. So we do ask that we do a Democrat and Republican as much as possible. You can use the unaffiliated voters as well. Sometimes you have a Libertarian or a Constitution or somebody else pop up, and definitely use those as one of the other team members. Okay, the first thing we are going to do is we will check the bag seal. In Fremont County, this is the container we use. There is a seal on the side here, and there is a paper that we receive. And that's number 8 on your handout. So the seal number should be 9738745. That's good, Matt. Okay, we're going to break the seal. The judge is going to initial here. You have to be tough. There you go. All right. We're going to open it up and again, if this was a perfect world, these are all going to flow right through here pretty good. So we have a poll list, and we usually have them in our county in alphabetical order by the precinct.
It's page 9.
I'm sorry.
Page 9, so they can see where.
Yes, page 9 is the book. Okay, so I have voter number. First thing I want to do is make sure they've all signed. Sorry. So I look. Okay, they have all signed. The other thing we generally like to do is just make sure that the precinct is still the precinct that we're starting in. Okay, so I have all in right precinct. Okay, so they're all there, right?
Correct.
So voter number 1 at 450 Washington Street. Number 1 vote, are you going to give them a number 1? So she's going to give them a number 1. So on the left-hand side where I have the arrow, that's where we're going to put what order or, what number they were to vote. Now remember, that does not match a ballot. We have to make sure that you only voted once. So we do this process, but it does not mark on your ballot in any way, shape or form. Okay. Number 2 is voter number 2 at 665 North 5th Street. Oh, and we do for our large precincts, the number 10 example is we just keep track of where we're at with that. Voter number 3 at 105 Baldwin Drive is number 3. Voter number 4 at 980 Clinchard is voter number 4. And voter number 5 is 240 Waterfowl Way. Okay, so we have them marked off of there. The next thing we're going to do is we are going to open up the envelopes, and I think I forgot the opener. Okay, and what we want to do is we have the bag. I suggest to our, this seems funny for 5 ballots, but if you've seen the tables we work at, I don't want them throwing them all on the table and not knowing exactly where all the ballots went. So I want them to put it back in the container, but I don't want them to open it at this point because I don't want to see how they voted. So I'm going to give it to her. These are all required that we keep all of these. The rejected ones, the duplicated ones, the voted ones, everything has to be kept. Been easier, sorry. Okay, now we have a sheet that's called, it's number 11. It's called our absentee precinct balancing sheet. So I'm going to have Margie count her envelopes. I'm going to straighten these out now. And if you have a team of 3, you can have the third person straightening out or helping to straighten them out because 5's not a lot, but 5,000 is. And think about how many they have to do in a day. Are they really going to read these? No. Okay, so how many envelopes do you have?
5 envelopes.
Okay, so she's marked it 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 5 ballots. How many do you have in the poll book?
5.
You have 5. Okay. And
Rejected with 0.
okay. She's going to initial it. And then it is our job to go to, in Fremont County, to go to the person handling the machine, give them what I have to run. In the 450, it automatically will give us a batch number, so we will put that on there. But on the DS200, you can and should probably figure out a batch number for each one of these that you run through. So now I'm going to wait while she runs the ballots through. So I'm going to, now remember on you'll see in one of our pictures too, there's a picture of the stand that this goes on and they all fall in there. But again, taking a car is a little bit hard to bring all of that. So these are going to go straight through the back. Yay. Okay, it's not done yet. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and she's giving, I mean, we're not straight on to this machine, which you should be, but this is how long it takes to actually hand run these through. So again, if you're a small county, it's Still takes time, but makes sense. So our public count. Let's say 3. Nope, that one back. Your last one.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. On that note, if you're in a larger county population wise, how long, I mean, I guess what my question is how many of these machines are you operating simultaneously so that doesn't take forever? How many groups of folks are simultaneously?
The larger
working on
counties are
that?
going to have that 450. I know Linda and you guys, do you have them per, you just use one? They said they just use one. When we used to do it with a DS 200, we did it 1 per team and we had 6 teams generally. So, okay, so we got those all to read. So it's a public count of 5. So sorry.
So Julie, do you read as the ballot goes through who the voter may have marked and then have any way on the computer to ensure it's picking up the right votes? Okay, you don't even look at who they may have marked down, you just.
So
run
this
it
is
through.
some, okay, I wasn't going to go into this, but we're going to go into this a little bit. So when we start this process, before you ever get an absentee ballot, these machines are tested by us. And here's my plug to the parties. We need you there. When we write to you and say, we need somebody to come and help us test, that's important because we go through all this, we answer all your questions, and we have a set amount of voting that are required by statute that says it will reject this, it will not, it will accept this, everybody gets a vote, it will continue to vote for you if you get more, it goes for you and not for somebody else. We do that testing at the beginning. And so that happens.
I wasn't trying to give you a loaded question.
No, but I'm just saying that I think unless you've been there, and I've had a lot of chairmen in my days who have said, wow, everybody should do this. I learned so much. I wish everybody could do this. So anyway, you do that. And then after the election, you're going to run the post audit election the same way. So you're going to make sure that it worked before it went to the polls. You make sure things balance during the day. And I mean, that's what we do is just make sure everything's going cool. And then at the end of the day, we do the post audit. And I generally pick because you don't do all of them, but at the end, I usually pick some that I had a problem with. If I had any problems at all, for whatever reason, maybe you had to turn the ballot upside down, it read it better. I use those machines because I want to know if it has any problems. So I just want people to know and the absentees are tested the same way. The 450s are tested and there's another one, 850 that are tested the same way. Okay.
Welcome, Representative Grego in the back. Representative Roscoe.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Julie, are these machines certified in any way?
Absolutely. We couldn't have them in Wyoming if they weren't. They're EAC certified.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
What is EHD?
Election Assistance Commission.
Okay.
I happen to have served on the standards board for several years with the EAC. So yes, I do know that.
Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Julie, these don't have a modem, do they?
They have the modem capability, ES&S does. Ours are not enabled for us because we do not allow them in the state of Wyoming.
So they're not connected to the internet. They're not connected to anything for someone to be able to cyber attack them, correct?
That is correct. And where we showed you where the USB is, those USB sticks are encrypted. So if you were to put them in your computer, you would see garbage. You cannot see what is in there. I mean, as far as like looking at it and go, oh, there's a ballot. You wouldn't see that way.
So the other question I have, thank you. So your next question I have is the audit capability. You're auditing before and you're auditing after, correct?
We are auditing a set marked ballots for a specific outcome. We look at it and make sure it's going to come out exactly like it's supposed to. Yes.
So you do have a paper trail.
Absolutely. There's paper right there. And these are scanned. Each one of these are digitally scanned in these new machines. So we also have a digital, that's how we do write-ins now as you go, and it's much easier for us to do write-ins now, but you digitally see every single ballot. Or can. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Very good.
So we are back on the demo here. So 5 have gone through the machine. So our machine person is going to verify that I gave her 5. She ran 5, and so this is batch number 1. She's going to initial it. Oh, sorry, one pen. That might help. Okay, and then this is going to go with our ballots in our envelopes. And any rejected ballots, any duplicated ballots, anything that needs to go with the poll book. That goes in here, and if we were done for today and no other ballots came in for 1-1, if we were done today, we would then seal. Oh, you got the seals? Over there. Oh, forgot them. Neither do I. That's why you have election staff. Here, fix this. Seal this for me. Okay, so while we're doing that, and like I said, I'm not going to really go over a lot, but there are how we do duplicated ballots. And just so you know, the statute says if a ballot cannot be read by the machine, so it comes out and says, something's wrong with this, I can't read it, or that's torn or something through the mail, then you can duplicate the ballot. Okay, you aren't going to duplicate it for any other reason. So, and then rejected ones would be those that basically do not have the signature on them. So,
If you duplicate a ballot, what do you do with the original then? Do you-
so the original also, there is the process here. So one judge is going to read the original. The other judge is going to mark the blank ballot that corresponds with that. The third judge is going to make sure you're reading what it says and you're marking what she said before we end up. So then the original goes in what we call the duplicated ballot envelope, which would also be inside of here.
Very good,
Okay.
thank you.
Yep, and it's marked at the top that there's an original number 1, and so you can go back and verify, put those two together. Okay. If for some reason other ballots arrive during the day, the procedure is done again. We wait, like in Fremont County, we wait to see when the mail comes in, and we'll gather some more for 1-1 and do another list for them, seal it and send it upstairs, and then they will run it again with this one. That's why I said we probably wouldn't seal these till we're done for the end of the day. At the end of the day, either early or election day, the containers all will be sealed. The judges shall initial the master sheet showing that they have done this. And then the manager would confirm that they did this. So there's like 3 or 4 places for us to sign. Actually, that's not the one. This one.
How do you ensure integrity on an unsealed bag sitting around through the day?
I'm sorry?
How do you ensure the integrity on an unsealed bag? You said you don't seal until the end of the day.
Right, so
Where
our
do they
room,
sit and who has access?
right, our room has just the election judges and the observers, and the observers have to wear badges, and they have to be checked in and receive their rules. And I call them sequestered. So in Fremont County, we close on election day. So I only have county employees running around. We don't have the public running around. So it's a little bit easier now to let them open the doors because we use our employees as election judges. And so we're a lot more closed off really to the public. Those who have to return ballots to us, call us and get their ballots returned downstairs. So I also am under camera in my facility. And so I'm sure that, like I said, I'm sure there's some of these counties are maybe even more stringent. I know Gwen told me when she's done for the night, she even has a vault that she puts everything in, which is also locked. And I mean, it's just, that's why I said, check with your county clerk and find out what they're doing if you're really interested in this. When the machine is closed for the day, I'm going to now have them go through the process so I can show you that there are no results. So Margie has a checkoff sheet that comes from our office, and she's going to tell Gwen, if you want to turn that around so it's easier for you, Gwen, or.
Please verify the public count. That's 5, the public count. Okay. Would you please select the tools button at the top and then enter the election code that I have provided to you.
For obvious reasons, we're not going to tell you what that is.
Okay, select the report options. And we want to do the daily ballot status accounting report. And go ahead and print that report.
In your packet, you will see what's going to come up when we leave for the end of the day. It's going to say, an area, I mean, for you to shut down the machine. There is no results on there. What is printing out, you also have a copy of. This is what it's going to say. For 1-1, we had 5 that we processed. There are no results here whatsoever. And we don't want to know the results. I know one of the things we're going to talk to you about on the bill says that we give us the capability to know that. We don't want that. By the way, I'm giving you a heads up that we're going to tell you no on that part, but. So, Mr. Chairman, at the one of the last couple pictures you have is places. So this is the DS200 bin. And so you can see there is a number of places you can seal these. You can seal, there's like literally, I want to say 6 or 8 sealing places on the lid of this thing, besides all the seals we have here. Each county can decide if they want 500 seals on that, 1 seal, whatever. So those are the places I really marked in the front that you could also lock it with a key. The ballots are generally down here. As you saw, I'm putting them in a different location. They are sealed. And then at the end of the day, each county does whatever they need to do. As you recall, there is a report on all county offices, election offices, as to from Homeland Security as to our security systems. And we are very well complied in this state. The ones who maybe had a few things to fix have been fixed. And so the security in your state of Wyoming and your county clerk's office is stellar, in my opinion. I know we're one of them, but I just want to throw that out there. So, Mr. Chairman, this is kind of the end of our demo. I just kind of want to make sure people knew what we do on election day. And if there's any more problems going through the bill, then we certainly will address them. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Any questions for these fine ladies? Any questions? Really a good job. It's, I think, really good for all of us in the public to get to know how you do it. I'd encourage anyone out in the audience, be an election judge if you have a chance. It'll change your opinion of what happens in the courthouse on counting day. So, thank you. Come forward if you want. Question, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, question. Polls, then you want to get it to give you the count and who vote on how many votes each candidate gets. Is there any way that report can be generated before, or is the computer got some kind of a time lock on it or something?
So you
How
have,
do you keep somebody from doing that ahead of time?
so you have to close your polls. And when you do that, then it's difficult to come back on election day then and reopen that. It's possible, but it takes a lot of override codes and stuff that we generally don't share with our elections judge staff.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, Gwen Bartlett, Carbon County Clerk. So the machine is sealed here. There is a locked compartment there that you would have to unseal, unlock, and then hit a close polls button, right? So you're closing those polls, and then the machine is closed out, and you're not going to get any additional ballots to run through or any additional results. And so that's not done until the polls close on election night, or until all the ballots are run through and then the polls are closed. Does that make sense? And so you're not able to close them, get results, and really open it back up and see additional.
Senator Scott, follow up.
Mr. Chairman, there's something here I don't understand. You're wanting to use these to process absentee ballots beforehand, right? That's what we're talking about.
When needed, yes.
So that you can get a count on them. What is it that prevents somebody beforehand running that report? Because you're talking about somebody going to look at it before the polls have maybe even opened. How do you does the machine got some security locks in there, something that prevents that sort of thing from happening?
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator, there's a seal over this compartment, right? And it's locked. And so if you unseal it, you're going to know that it's not sealed anymore, right? And there's a log of seals that I have that says this machine for this precinct or this absentee machine has this seal number on it. And so as clerks or staff, we're going to know that that seal has been broken and that it could be compromised or there could have been results run. And the polls would then be closed and you can't run additional ballots through this machine after that point. And so you're going to know that it's been closed and that results could have been had. So what we're saying is, yes, somebody could do this. You could close the polls, you could run it, you could see the results, to be honest, you could. But we're going to know that and it's going to, trigger some alerts to us, obviously.
So all of us do what we call there's a number of names for these. Chief election judge, manager, I call it in my staff and my trusted partners in the county, I pick and choose who's going to have a role like that. And they absolutely get a separate training. And they're the ones that's why I said, we work as a team, but that's why I said, she is my machine person. She's the only one that should be doing that. Now she's going to verify with me, but she's in charge of that. And frankly, this is a terrible thing to say when we look for election judges, but I'll fire somebody for that. There will never be an election judge for Fremont County again. If they can't follow the rules, and we've done this, if you can't follow the rules, you can't be a judge, which is sad because we need judges. So, I just want to say, it's on the trust system of us, and I have 200 election judges. I have to trust 200 of them to do what I ask them to do. And as you know, as a corporation, you've heard where they have done opposite of what I've told them to do, so.
Mr. Chairman, one additional comment is there are counties that use the DS 450 or the 850, which are larger machines. There's a setting on those machines where you suppress the results and you cannot see them until those polls are closed. And then again, the report is run and uploaded with the other results at the end of election night. So it's the same process basically on any of this equipment.
Follow up, Senator Scott.
Chairman, that's what I was trying to get at. The machine itself has a time lock, so you can't run that report that gives you the results until a certain time. Is something like that going on?
Time locker code.
Mr. Chairman, no. There are codes that you have to enter to close polls. There are seals, there are locks that you have to get past to be able to close these polls and see results.
So somebody couldn't just come in, push a button and get it. You're going to know
Correct.
they did it.
Access. Right access.
Usually, Gwen, do we have one machine for each precinct then where these have a seal on them? So each precinct has its own machine?
Mr. Chairman, no, not necessarily. So are you talking about at polling places or when running absentee
No, when you're
ballots?
running these on the absentees, you run them all through one machine for each precinct.
So, Mr. Chairman, every county could be different. On a DS 450, you're running all the ballots through one machine. On one of these, you could have one for each precinct, but likely counties don't. They're very expensive. And so you're running as many ballots as you can through these things. Some counties have one. Crook and Abra just said that they had one for all of their
So these
absentees.
machines can differentiate between counties and you don't have to close them out. It'll do precinct 1 through 12 and it closes them all at once.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. So as you saw, that results tape kept printing and printing. It's printing by precinct. So it absolutely knows. Yes.
Further questions from the ladies? Thank you. Please come forward. We've got.
Trust and love what you're doing. Just the integrity.
Come sit at the mic and identify yourself.
The way you're going through things just seems impeccable. It seems excellent. The question I have is the determination of who gets the ballots and how they're being filled out and sent back to you. And then the second question is you said that our state outfit tests the machines and their software. And I'm just wondering, are those, who are they? Do we know a whole lot about that software? Because I know in some cases with the companies who sell these machines, we're not allowed to look at that software and actually do an audit on the software.
We'll
So
go ahead
those
and
are
do it.
my
I'm not
two-
doing more questions
this-
out of the audience.
Pardon me?
We're not gonna do questions out of the audience. I'm gonna go ahead and let them answer this, but
The ma'am needs to identify herself.
yeah, and you need that. Who are you?
Oh, my name is Elena Campbell, Sheridan, born and raised.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So going back to, I'm going to go back to the testing question. So there was a team of us that Gwen and I and Mary and Secretary of State, we vetted 3 companies. Some of your stuff is going to be proprietary for good reasons from companies. We ran them through pages and pages and pages and pages of things. I mean, our books were these big on each one of the companies that we had to vet what they could do. So they met all of our Secretary of State's criterias for everything that they wanted on there. So I'm just going to say that. The testing I was talking about happens in each county before each election. We ask the parties to be there. It is a public, it's open to the public. A lot of people don't come to those kind of things. It does take a long time. It might take you half a day or more in some counties, or a day. We ask the parties to be there, but they're not required. And so if they're not there, we go on without you, and we do the sealing just like you're there. And so what we do is test it. We seal them like Gwen talked about. All of that sealing happens at that moment. And these papers, even though the parties are not there, is sent to the parties for their records, showing that we're not going to change anything because we've sent you the copies. So that testing is done at the county level.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thanks. Do you send those to the minor parties as well, or just the 2 major political parties of the state?
Just the 2 major political parties. Now, if the back in the day when they were on the primary, like the Libertarians, and what we did send also to them. If they were on your ballot, we send it to them. Yeah. If we know of anybody that we can send it to, let me put it that way.
Further questions? Thank you. This is a demonstration for the committee, so we're not going to open it up to questions to the public on this. If you got questions, hit the fine ladies up at the back of the room, but we'll conclude the demonstration with that. I thank you very much. Very informative.
Mr. Chairman, I will have additional comments on the bill.
We're
On
going to
behalf
have
of
you
the
come work on the
association, so,
bill.
okay, that's what I figured.
Absolutely. You're not precluded from there, and the public will have a chance to comment on the bill. It's just, this is just demonstration, so we don't drag on. And with that, we'll move on to the bill. And the bill is 22 LSO 102, timeline to prepare and process. I don't know who's presenting. I didn't, possibly Mary or one of you, but Gwen. Well, here comes Josh. Come forward, Josh.
Mr. Chairman, Josh Anderson, LSO. This bill came to us, I believe, primarily from the Platte County Clerk was how it came to me, and through the chairman asked us to draft it. Relatively straightforward bill, Mr. Chairman. First goes in to amend 22.8108C, just to clarify that county board, accounting board could process before the election as provided in new 22.9125D. 22.9125B is then amended just to clarify that tabulation is done on election day, and then it adds at the bottom of page 2 a new subsection D, specifying that the county clerk may choose to prepare and process absentee ballots on Thursday or Friday immediately preceding election day, with some qualifications. They have to notify the Secretary of State that they're going to do so. They have to notify each political party of the date, time, and place, and provide information on in-person observation. Specifies that no candidate or candidates committee, chairperson, or treasurer can be allowed unless that person is also a precinct committee man or committee woman. Specifies that no results shall be known, printed, released, or provided to any person other than the county clerk, and the results shall not be incorporated into the final vote in any manner until after the polls close on election day. And then it requires the Secretary of State to adopt rules. And that's the bill, Mr. Chairman. Take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Anderson? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, page 3, lines 15 through 19, 3 little I there. No candidate or candidates committee chairperson, et cetera, shall be allowed. Why is that section included? What's the problem?
Mr. Chairman, that might be a question for someone else. That was in the language provided to me by the clerks. They might be able to answer
Okay,
that, but
let's hold that till the clerks come up.
So any further questions for Mr. Anderson real quick? None. We have Platte County Clerk online. I think she's the cause of the bill, or he, excuse me. If we can admit him, excuse me.
Malcolm, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Malcolm Irvin. I'm the Platte County Clerk, but also the president of the County Clerks Association. In the audience are a number of clerks who are able to speak to the bill, but I just wanted to clarify, we asked the committee to consider this as a response to the public. The purpose of us requesting this bill is not to know results ahead of time. The purpose was to respond to a heightened reliance and usage of absentee ballots. You know, the public has become accustomed to having a clear picture of results on election night, and without the ability to process early, some counties may not be able to deliver that public expectation when inundated by absentee ballots. So we just really wanted to make sure that we give some of these larger counties the ability to process ahead of time. And to Senator Scott's question, this language was almost verbatim from the Secretary of State's directive in 2020 that allowed us to, or clarified processing absentee ballots on Thursday and Friday ahead of the election day. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to turn it over to any clerks in the audience, but the reason we submitted this and asked that it be considered by your committee is just so that we can respond to the public's heightened usage of absentee ballots. Thank you.
Questions, committee? I have one before the clerks. What is your thoughts if we were to put a penalty in there for intentionally breaking the seal or pushing the button? And that's where the other clerks come as well. Is to me, it's just a little security thought for the public, is some type of penalty that if you intentionally did it, there's consequences. So,
Mr. Chairman, I don't see any issue with that at all. Anything to give it some teeth to make sure that those concerns of knowing results ahead of time, we would obviously welcome. And just to reiterate, the purpose was not to know results ahead of time. It was to respond to heightened usage of absentee ballots. So absolutely. If there were something that gave it some teeth, I don't think that should be an issue.
thank you. No, I just think give security, that's the biggest fear everyone has, that someone's going to have a advanced peek of the thing. And I think that the penalty is fair, and I'll ask for opinion on that. Ms. Langford and the rest, if you proceed, I'll just let you kind of go at will through it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Mary Langford, and I have the honor of representing the county clerks. I'm joined at the table today by the Honorable Julie Freeze, who you've met before from Fremont County, and also the Honorable Gwen Bartlett from Carbon County. I can respond to Senator Scott's question concerning the candidates being in the absentee polling place during the counting of ballots. Just because they're candidates that are on the ballot is the reason why that they would be excluded from that. It's a proprietary thing. It's an appropriate thing. It's as simple as that. So.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Gwen Bartlett, Carbon County Clerk and Vice President of the County Clerks Association. So again, I'd just like to reiterate what Malcolm said. The purpose of this is that we anticipate a heightened use of absentee ballots in the future after having such a high number from COVID in 2020, right? So the public, the legislature, candidates, they're used to receiving the results on election night. Sometimes it's late, 11, 12 a.m. maybe, but it's on election night. some of those counties, Laramie County, there's no way they're going to be able to process those if they can't start until 7 a.m. on election day. And so it's going to be, I mean, it could be days if they receive the same number of absentee ballots that they did in the 2020. You could be looking at results on Wednesday or Thursday, unofficial results, non-canvassed, obviously. And so if this isn't something that we can move forward and do, and we see the continued increase in absentee balloting, sorry, that's something that you're going to be having to anticipate as results later. I want to reiterate, it's a tool that's optional by county under the bill. Many counties probably won't use this. They may wait till election day because they won't have enough ballots to necessitate the need. On election day, we have a lot of things that we're focusing on in some of those bigger counties. And so it's nice to have a lot of those absentees processed previously. Machines don't release any results, and we've reiterated that. There is a spot in the bill, the version that the clerks presented to the committee did not contain this language, but the draft bill does. So at the bottom of page 3, beginning on line 21, it says no results of absentee ballots prepared and processed under this subsection shall be known, printed, released, or provided to any other person other than the county clerk, and results shall not be incorporated into the final vote count in any manner till after the polls close on election day. So our version did not say anything about releasing results to the county clerk. We can't know them. As I've explained, you'd have to close the polls to know results. We don't want to know them, and there is no need for us to know them. So that language can just simply be left out. There's just no need for county clerks to have that. There would be rules in the bill issued by the Secretary of State. Some of those in 2020 were that we could only be processing these the Thursday and Friday before and only during regular business hours. So for all of that, all of us, it's typically 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Some of us, it might be 9 to 5. Observers had to show ID, wear a badge so we knew who they were, sign that they had received some rules. The clerk appointed accounting board of at least 3 individuals with the different parties that Julie explained in our demonstration. The counting board had to take an election judge oath, the same oath that all of the judges at the polls take. The preparation and processing meant opening the envelope, separating the ballot, and running it through the machine. That was only after we verified that all of the ballots were received in wire reg and we balanced to those, and that they were all signed on the outside. And this is all in the rules. The processing started, no results were known or released. And then obviously there was a seal log kept of everything. The bag that Julie put those ballots into would remain sealed and the log kept. And those are kept securely. So those are what some of the rules could look like. Obviously, those would be up to the Secretary of State, but that's what it looked like in 2020.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Is there a way that the ballots could be handled in a way that you cannot see them? Like, with the privacy sleeve or something? This is my whole point, is that you actually see the ballot when it goes in. So just say the congressional race is the one in the bottom corner and you kind of keep track as you run those through. You could do it without anybody knowing it, and that could be information that could leak out, and a person looking over to your shoulder can say, wow, there was a lot of Liz Cheney votes there, and that could skew, if that information is released, that could actually skew the performance on the day up. So that's just the whole piece that's bothered me all along. If you didn't see it, you didn't actually look at it or have to handle it, it wouldn't be a problem.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, excuse me, there may or may not be equipment. It's probably expensive that could open it, separate it, flatten it. I'm not aware of any, but I know in Wyoming, we don't have any such thing. So it's going to take a human to open it, to separate it. A human's going to have to unfold it to put it in the privacy sleeve and then come and run it through. And to do that 11,000 times probably isn't realistic, to be honest. Do you have something to add, Julie?
So obviously the smaller counties, that use this, we're talking about having to hand put those in. I understand what you're saying, but the 450 and the 850, and it goes through, you're not looking at those at all. So your larger counties are running them that way. I understand your concern on that too, and we were talking a little bit about, having an oath that says, when I leave here, even if I think I know something, I better not be saying something, and, and I don't know, that's kind of not something that people are super interested in hearing right now, but I mean, we all take oaths, election judges take oaths. I mean, where do you stop? Where do you stop it? I don't know. And again, like if I find it out, you won't be working for us. And that's unfortunate. I say that's unfortunate because we struggle so hard to get good judges. And there are people who come to work for you with something in mind, no matter where they are. And if you think they're not, you're crazy. So we do the best we can to remind them, you might be of this party coming into this, or you might be from whatever coming into this. When you work here, you're independent in our minds. You are just trying to help people vote. That's your process. And I don't know if you guys I know you go to the polls and you got to see what those folks are doing there. I mean, there might be some smaller areas where they get to have their potlucks and whatever, and it's kind of slow, but in my world, it's not that way. We went to vote centers and they're all busy. They're so busy and they're not looking at your stuff. But I mean, I get it. I get that there might be some bad apples out there.
Why do you vote if you don't get cookies?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have a quick question. If this were to pass, how many would really need the extra day versus like the smaller ones who really wouldn't? So how many would actually be needing the extra days, which would have the bigger machines that wouldn't be seen versus the practicality of the fear of using the smaller machines that you would be loading? I guess that's what we really need to know is what's the actual data of how many are going to see the vote, that it would actually be compromised to actually see versus how many are actually going to be using it the day ahead and just loading them into the machine and not see. I guess that's what I need to know.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Duncan, when we started planning our presentation for today, one of the questions that came to my mind is I wanted to know how many ballots were laying on a clerk's desk or in their office on Thursday before the election. And so I surveyed to find out what that information was and how much this directive really was used by the clerks, because there are some counties that did not use the directive. They just did as they normally do on election day with their absentee precincts. So I have a little data for you. First thing I think you need to know is that we voted 278,000 people last election, biggest ever. 46.23 of those folks voted absentee, 46.23. The biggest percentage of absentee voting before that time was in 2016, and that was a little over 28%. So we almost doubled in absentee voting. A lot of that was driven by COVID, but there was a lot of it driven by the fact we had a huge election also. So those two things. Now, back to my Thursday morning question that was in my brain, how many ballots are laying on the clerk's desks that, and they're sealed. They're not, they're getting nervous. They're in an envelope. How many envelopes are laying on desks that are sealed? I received data back from 18 counties. Of those 18 counties, probably a little over 80,000 ballots were laying in clerk's offices. Of those stored and securely stored in a sealed envelope under camera. That is, I mean, we voted 143,000 absentee ballots. 80,000 of 143 were in an envelope. So that's big. That's a big reason to talk about this. There's a done by directive, which is a little, it's not as Solid is we're all comfortable with. Having statutory law to be able to take care of this small window of time and provide a tool to some of the counties that need it. Laramie County had 11,000 ballots secured on Thursday morning before they started. And out of, the ballot. So, yeah, so Laramie County, to figure out how much time, I think Julie and I calculated, they probably needed 37 hours to process their ballots. Now they had teams, I don't know what size their teams were, but I know on general election day, they worked 2 9-hour, or for that general election time, Thursday and Friday, they worked 9 hours each day. They had 26 people working each day, in addition to their regular election judges, 11,000 ballots. So that's what we're looking at. The other thing is too, is I think I told you that we had 18 counties that responded to my survey. 12 of them used the directive. 6 of them that did not use the directive, but after looking at their numbers, they may change their mind next time. Because if you're in a small county running 3,000 ballots through one of these, that's a long day with a team of 3. So, and not everyone has the bigger counters, the 450s and 850s.
How many ballots could be processed in 3 to 5 hours through one of those little machines? Say a 5-hour with a team.
Page 13 of your handout.
13 of your handout, Mr. Chairman. We've got
See, I
numbers
didn't
there.
Pay enough attention. There you could tell me.
So Mr. Chairman, what I calculated for you was Laramie County because it was the largest. So 11,000 ballots for 18 teams is what I sort of figured out that they may have had was 18 teams. And then, so I divided that up by the
But they're on the big machines,
48,
correct?
whatever. Yeah, but I mean, I calculated processing time and then running time for those 32. And then calculated how many hours they needed for 32. So anyway, that's where I came up with 37 hours.
Yeah, I was more looking at setting a threshold of where it
Oh.
fell. Is if you've got a 300 machine in the 5 hours from 7 o'clock
So
to
how many
midnight,
did we do on Thursday?
how many could reasonably be expected? Because I'm looking for a little county to say, look, if you're, I'll recognize Kirk County Clerk Linda Fritz. I should have recognized her a long time ago. I just didn't butt in. So. you wanna
So
answer
Fremont
that?
County at the general on Friday, we worked 4 hours and got teams of, we had 8 people, so teams of 4. I'm sorry. 15 hours to do that. I thought we were a little bit less on that day. We had 5,900, almost 6,000.
With 15 hours.
I don't think it was 15 hours. I think that's our total.
Oh, that's your total.
I think that Friday that for the general, we worked 4 hours. Yep.
So you could do about
6,000.
up to 5,000 or 6,000.
Half
What
a
I
day.
was looking was restricting smaller counties, say, look, if you've got 4,000 or less ballots, this option isn't available to you. I don't see any sense counting ballots 2 days ahead in a small county. I recognize.
And I don't know
Fred's
if
smart.
it's more comfortable too, if Mr. Chairman, if you, I mean, it says the Secretary of State can all, promulgate rules. We've done this a number of times where we'll agree to say, we'll calculate this and try to figure out if we really need it or not. I think you can put that in rules to say, because, I mean, what if your machines change? Now you got to have a statutory change and all that stuff.
Got
So
Good point. Thank you. Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To that point, are there any counties that sort of sit on the bubble where this may be useful in a presidential election year and not as much in a midterm? I mean, just less turnout being in the midterms?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Hunt, yes. And again, this is a tool in the tool chest for the clerk to be able to make that determination. The clerk is going to know ahead of time how many absentee ballots that they've issued. And so they know how many have come in. So, and that's, they can have they have the ability to determine if they need to use this process or not, and it's going to be for their choice. So.
Fritz, would you like to comment of some kind? Patiently waiting, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. My name is Linda Fritz, Kirk County Clerk in Sundance. And I would like to be able to respond to Senator Case's concerns about people being at, we use one of these machines. We used one of them when we did our absentees. We took in approximately 1,651 absentees in one election. I have 4 judges that come in, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans. And between checking the ballots to make sure they're signed, checking them in the poll book, opening the envelopes, throwing the envelope one way, the ballot the other way, and then someone loading them through the machine. We processed on Friday. We started at 9 o'clock in the morning and we gave up at 2 because my judges were getting tired. And then election day, we went from 8 o'clock in the morning until 7 o'clock at night, and we almost did not get done. And one thing to let you know is that the judges change places in my county anyway, because they get tired of standing at the machine. So they might switch a position and the other one goes and writes in the poll book. So it's not one person standing in the machine the entire time. So be able to keep that head count. And if they're good enough that they could keep a head count for 1,651 ballots, then they're quite the mathematician. I mean, they're not looking that hard. Honestly, the judges are so happy when they're done putting the ballots through the machines. They're not paying attention. They're doing their job, getting them in the machine so that they can be counted properly by the machine. And for Kirk County, we needed that extra day, or we would not have been done early enough. So I would still like the opportunity for a small county to be able to choose if they need 4 more hours or 6 more hours or 8 more hours. That was more ballots than we've ever seen before. Normally it's 400. So we were overwhelmed.
Well done, thank you. We have Platte County Clerk online real quick. Sure. And then we'll go to you, Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just wanted to respond to a question of yours. Your question, in essence, was the efficiency of the DS-200 in a small county. Mine, for instance, we did not process early here in Platte County. We had 2009 absentee ballots to process on general election day, and we did them that day. It took nearly 8 hours to feed all 2009 through a single DS-200. And so if we were to increase any more, having this tool in the tool chest would be extremely beneficial. I'm going to try not to use it, but it's nice to have in the event that we do see even more absentee usage here in Platte County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pretty sure this is going to pass, but I care less about when we get the results. I don't care if they're 5 days late. I really don't. I know the media, I know everybody wants to know, everybody wants to watch TV, listen to the radio. That's not what I care about. I care that the results are right. And I mean, there are people that would participate in the election process, become judges with a goal towards manipulating what happens the next day based on, you know, I could just see a telephone call, trees going out saying, man, we heard from the people running through the absentee ballots that it's really close for school district 7. Let's get people out, and they manipulate the election turnout the next day. They could do that. You could do that. And I know I'm not persuaded by arguments that you get tired of looking, but you kind of can keep track. There certainly are people that are very skilled at that. That's why Vegas has all the security cameras about card counters. I mean, why don't we just leave them all sealed, run them through after or during the next day? And it could be run them through 2 days later. I don't care. That information is available to humans who can manipulate it, even if it's not true, and manipulate the election the next day. That's my whole point about this. And I know that I'm alone. I get that.
Senator McGuire and then Senator Scott. Oh, sorry. He's been patient down there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my question would, to couch my question, first of all, having worked as an election judge and a poll watcher, I would never question the integrity of anybody within the Wyoming system. So that being said, my question would be, with the news outlets that are primarily based on the East Coast, 2 hours ahead of us, they're always anxious to have a headline, anxious to be the first with some news. What if one of those news outlets, in a less than ethical manner, started calling, came out with the announcement, Wyoming is counting its absentee votes, and they call an election, and now the people who are getting off at 5 o'clock decide not to go vote because they think that the election has already been decided. How do we unring that bell if that happens? And again, that's not you, that's not us. That's some outside agency or whatever that has influenced a Wyoming election. Now, where are we? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I think nothing changes from the current process and the current law. So we're starting at 7 a.m. on election day currently, right? That could happen now. I mean, those judges are running those through starting at 7 a.m. on election day. So by 5 p.m., that could already happen. So I don't know how you prevent it, but.
I don't know if it was this way in any other county, but we've had news medias that learned their lesson in Fremont County because they've called races, and I've told them, I'm not done yet. I've got absentees and have early voting. They've called races and they've lost them to the early vote and the absentee count, because that's a whole different egg. So I'm hoping in Fremont County, at least, people wait until we're completely done. And if they're worried about not going to vote, that's up to them. But I mean, again, we can't control the exit polling and however they do all of that. They're certainly not talking to us because we don't know anything. But so I'm guessing they're talking to somebody who voted, who's going to not lie to them about who they voted for and stuff. So I'm not too up on the like polls very well, but I'm just saying that it can change drastically. I've seen this last election, there was a person winning and lost it just as soon as those absentees and early votes came in.
There's Scott.
Question for the county clerks. It seems to me a lot of this is turning on the enforcement of little 4 on the bottom of page 3 that keeps it from being disclosed, keeps the information from being prematurely disclosed. Would it be useful if we added a provision to the bill that put in the standard low misdemeanor penalty, $750 or 6 months for anybody that violated subsection little 4? And Mr. Chairman, my thinking is that it would have 2 potential advantages. One would be that it would help the clerks tell the people that are working for them, look, this is a dead serious thing and you can get criminal trouble. Nobody wants 6 months in the county jail if you go disclose this. And then it would help the people that are involved if one of their friends, you know, wants information either for just curiosity or for some manipulative purpose. They could tell them, no, I can't because. Would that be useful to have an explicit penalty in this bill? Is it already covered somewhere else in the statute? That's my question. Should we add an amendment of this sort?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, the good Secretary of State, brought his book up here, 2226-104, unlawful opening of a voting machine. Unlawful opening of a voting machine consists of opening, unlocking, inspecting, tampering with, resetting, or adjusting a voting machine without lawful authority or conspiring with others to do so. And this is a felony offense. And all I would add to that, you've heard me a zillion times, start prosecuting all of your deeds that people do, vote, felons that are voting, make sure that they get prosecuted. Talk to your county attorneys, make sure it's happening.
Mr. Chairman,
Scott.
Mr. Chairman, that's a little bit of a different offense than what we're talking about here. What I'm wondering is, would it be useful to have a specific low misdemeanor penalty for violating this particular subsection? And my instinct is it would, but I'm asking because I'm looking to see what y'all think.
I like the felony.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we need a felony here. That could raise opposition to the bill, but I think that the threat of that, I doubt anybody would ever be prosecuted for it, but I think the threat of that might be very useful in getting greater compliance.
Mr. Chairman.
There's Case. You look a lot alike.
Well,
Your hair's combed better.
he's been here a lot longer than me. Mr. Chairman, I think it's a pretty good idea, but I wonder if you already have problems getting people to volunteer and work at the polls, can having some kind of penalties on top of that for maybe something that was totally inadvertent be kind of chilling to getting those volunteers? I'm not sure. It's like, boy, I can just see people going home after working in the polls and somebody asks them a question and they might, that suddenly are they a felony or whatever? I don't know.
I guess my deal, it's black and white. If you push that button, you're a felon on the thing, or you can be prosecuted for one, and no one's gonna know the results if nobody pushes the button. So
Mr. Chairman, the Secretary of State said if you want it in here, he thinks, can I speak for you? Can you want to speak for yourself? He thinks it should be a felony, but you could add it to here, but maybe you'd like to.
Well, if you don't mind, if I could just address this quickly. There are several provisions under
About the
offenses-
microphone.
under offenses and penalties. Yes, I apologize, Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that. There are several articles under offenses and penalties in Chapter 26, as Ms. Freeze articulated, that would be 5-year, $10,000 felonies. But I would say to Senator Scott, I think it would be a good idea to make a violation, and maybe we change the language a little bit, but make a violation of Romanet 4. And I personally believe it should be a felony because it's so egregious. If someone were to share this information, and that information is really the genesis of the potential fears that we all have, it's got to be a heavy penalty and it's got to be serious. And so I think it should be a felony. And I think it's 22-26-119 also talks about violations of the rules by election officials. And I'll try and find, violation of election code by officials. That's another area in the statute under which we could say you have violated your oath, because in their demonstration, they took an oath. And I would assume that anyone that would dare to get into the machine and leak the information, they took that oath and they would be violating that oath. That's another place where it already says they are guilty of a felony. And it talks about a willful violation of the code by any official or any deputy or assistant official, or the willful failure or refusal of any official to perform any act or duty required of him by the election code. We could do the reverse of that and say, if you do something that you're not supposed to do, it would fall under this section. So we could add that to the bill at some point. I think would be a measure that would strengthen this and could assuage most of the collective fears that I've heard. We all share those. We really do. I was very reluctant to issue the directive in 2020. And as you can see, you have a copy of it. I wrote those myself, 10 rules by which they would have to follow to be able to do this, because I share those same concerns, and they do too. But one of the things I thought about when I was equivocating on it was, and Senator Case makes a great point, as far as you'd rather have it done correctly, even if it takes a few days. My actual fear was the opposite of that. As soon as you see in other states where they go home for the night, or they don't have results for 1, 2, or 3 days, then people say, aha, why didn't you get it done on election day? You knew the result at the end of close of business on election day, and 2 days later you come up with the results. And as soon as the results are not what you wanted to see, there's something nefarious afoot, because isn't it odd that they couldn't get it done on election day? So that's kind of the way I went when I decided to go ahead and issue that directive. And because I did not want that to happen in Wyoming, because I think that in my mind, that was the bigger danger. But you certainly raise a good point. And but I think strengthening the penalties for violation of Roman at 4, Senator Scott, is a good idea. I would differ with you. I think it should be a felony, not a misdemeanor, but that's for the committee to discuss. And I'll stand for any other questions you have on this bill.
Mike's on, you still on talk?
No, I'm sorry.
Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Secretary of State. Were there any thoughts, or was it contemplated trigger points, say, and maybe this would add some comfort to the public or comfort for the clerks, but trigger points, say 4 hours or 6 hours or a time period or so many ballots, that this could be sped up. So it isn't, I mean, I have faith in our clerks, but it might be add a little comfort to the situation. Was that contemplated when we were looking at this?
Well, it was contemplated. It was contemplated back in August. And so it's an excellent question, Representative Clausen, Mr. Chairman. Originally, when the idea was brought to me, it was kind of like, we need just more time to count these absentee ballots. And there was really no sideboards on that. And so to your point, I said, you can't do it on the weekend before the election. It was kind of like, if we need this, can we have it? And so I said, you can't do it on the weekend before, because people are it needs to be open to the public. It's got to be done during business hours. And we settled on the Thursday, Friday, rather than several days. I limited it to 2 days, business hours. And I put all those things in there that said they had to basically have observation rules and notify the political parties. So this was not a secret. They had to notify me that they were going to do it. And the political parties had to be notified. They could have observers. So this would take place under the public eye. And so it kind of goes to your point. I tried to put those sideboards on it to take away all of our collective fears when it comes to elections. Whether or not you could kind of go down a little bit further, I think, to your point, which is maybe make it only so many hours, maybe make it 1 day, something along those lines. I'm sure the clerks and the committee could work on amendments to the bill to incorporate those. But it matches what my original intent was in making it Thursday, Friday, business hours, and all of those other 10 conditions you see on the directive. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you. Representative Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know I'm slow to reaction. Secretary Buchanan, in response to those kind of concerns for the parameters on the counties that don't perhaps need as many hours or don't need as many days and such, you could address all that in rule, couldn't you? Rather than statute?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Duncan, we could. You know, the rulemaking process is seen as easier than a statute, but it's not necessarily so. I mean, statutory changes obviously require, you guys are meeting only, once per year, basically. Rules are still a little bit tedious. But that's a good thing. And so, yes, those could be addressed in rule to make it, tighter if we wanted to do that, depending on, and I think your question is directed to if some of the smaller counties didn't need the 2 days, we could address and say, or the DS 200 versus if they don't have a 450 or an 850, we can certainly do something along those lines as well. I'd be happy to work on that with the committee and with the clerks to make that work.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Enough for Secretary.
Thank you. Mr. Co-Chairman, go after the clerks.
Well, that's not really go after, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Death by county clerk is
well,
painful.
I love my county clerk. And I've enjoyed working in this Langford forever. My question is really on the opposite end of the spectrum. You have a county canvassing board meeting Fridays usually. And so when we discuss, I think the emergency authorization is really good and, based on everything last year. But if you didn't have that flexibility, what would you have done? Moved into the counting into Wednesday and Thursday, and in some counties having that done by Friday for the county canvassing board to certify results? How would that have worked? Or is there allowability to push back your county canvassing board in extreme circumstances?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Swanitzer, so that was my question recently to Secretary Buchanan. We were talking about some issues and stuff, and this came up, and I said, so where do you stop? When do you send them home? Because I have done I've already told you that. I've already, we've gone to 7 o'clock in the morning. That is not advisable. I'm just going to tell you. So, so where do you stop? And I think then a directive is going to happen from him to say, I'm not going to meet the canvas. I'm just saying it's going to snowball, and it's going to put it back in the secretary's lap, because if I cannot meet statutory obligations, then what? So I don't meet Friday, then what? Because there's a lot of things to do from the time the election happens till the time we canvass. Recounts, potential recounts. I mean, that could, that's why you need those 3 days generally, is to get that done. So I'm just saying it could snowball. I'm not saying it would, but I'm just saying it could, depending on where we stop. And that's why I said it kind of puts it on the clerk to go, well, gotta have canvas by Friday. So I guess you guys go, well, do we want them to go home and have dinner and come back? I mean, you're at that point again. They're leaving, talking to husbands. What's the answer? I don't know.
Thank you. Further questions for the clerks? Okay, thank you. We're 12:15. We'll go to, if we got any other elected officials. Oh, Senator Scott, excuse me. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, and it is a further question for the clerks. As I've been reading the penalty section here, you have a general provision in 22-26-119 that says any assistant, any official, et cetera, who commits a violation like code guilty of a felony, in addition to the penalty prescribed by 22-26-101 is subject. When you look at 22-26-101, it has a laundry list of offenses that covers, Mr. Chairman, the major offenses here. And then there is a separate section that has a laundry list of misdemeanors. And frankly, I think violating little 4, I don't think would be covered by either of those sections because of those laundry lists. I could be wrong. So I'm hoping that the clerks will take a look at that and give me some advice as to whether or not we need a penalty in here. And I do think it'd be safer to put a misdemeanor in. And ask, Mr. Chairman, ask our attorneys the same question. Would it already be covered by that, or could there be difficulties if you had to do something?
Mr. Chairman, I've already said it, but I'm going to say it again. You might want to get a hold of your county attorneys and ask them how important this is. There are some of them that are prosecuting everything that's sent to them, and there are some that are not. So I'm asking you to reach out to your county attorneys and ask them how important this is going to be to them. Because you can put everything you want in the book, you can throw all this paperwork to them, but if they don't go prosecute them, then it's for naught. It is what it is.
Follow up.
Mr. Chairman, my concern is more, would having such a thing on the books be useful to you
Sure.
in getting compliance? Or would we be best not to, because it would make it harder for you to recruit the people you need to function?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, geez, Senator Scott, I'm not saying not to put it there. I'm all for, penalties, and I'm going to go after them every time, and I'm going to send them to my county attorney. I'm just saying the ball stops there. I have no authority to do his job or her job. I'm just saying that it's really important for maybe somebody to reach out to the County Attorneys Association and see if they're interested. I always think put them on here. At least you can scare them with it and hope that it actually comes true if it happens to them.
Keep going.
One really quick additional comment. I just want to reiterate the clerk's request that if this bill were moved on, that at the bottom of page 3, you strike the language beginning on line 23, other than the county clerk.
I've got that wrote down
Thank you.
already. Thank you. That includes the clerks. We have any other legislators or government officials testify? Seeing none, we're down to the public. Does anybody from the public wish to testify? Do we have anybody online? Okay, we're done. We're back on the bill. We're going to go ahead and work through it. We're 12:20. We'll see if we can go ahead and work through it.
I'll move the bill, Mr. Chairman.
Bill has been moved. Do we have a second?
Wait,
Whoop.
do you have public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Come on up.
They're just slow to get their guns out. Mr.
Come up.
Chairman.
Welcome, Mr. Howard.
Opportunity. Carl Allred from Uena County. Thank you. I agree. Senator Case had some extremely good points he brought up over this. The integrity of the election and that it's done right is more important than let's get her done. And I really appreciate that. But as I look at this, several years ago in front of this body, a county clerk came up and said they wanted all mail-in ballots because they couldn't do their job on election day. And they said they couldn't get election judges. And when I asked the question, well, did you ask the county parties to provide them? The answer was no. So when you take a job, you should be able to do the job that you've taken. Or why are you there? So they asked for the mail-in ballots and they got them. And you can call them absentee ballots, but when everybody gets a postcard says, here, fill this out and you get a ballot in the mail, that's a mail-in ballot. If there's too many of those, then let's make absentee ballots what they were intended for. I can remember back when I was in the Army, I voted absentee because I was absent from the state. And that's what an absentee ballot is, not just, I don't want to go down to the polling place. I can't be inconvenienced. People say they got to work. Well, there's a law in the state and every single employer knows it, that they must give you the opportunity to vote. I work a job, I work from 6 to 6. And our polling place is over an hour away from my job. And my employer makes accommodations that I can make it there before the polling place closes. They have to. So I would say that we go back to saying absentee ballots should be what they are. Then you're not going to have 2,000, 5,000 of these things sitting in there for them to count. Show up at the polling place on election day. The Constitution calls for election day, not election month. But this is a problem that was brought upon And I don't believe that you open it up. As Senator Case says, when the polls close, now we count the ballots. A lot of people have said, well, that information gets out. Well, it's going to get out. People looking at those things will say, you know, I'm looking right at, say, the US representative vote. As I'm pushing those ballots through, I see that's the one I'm looking for. It's very easy to look at that one. And that information will get out. And that can discourage, or it can drive a push for others to vote. It can discourage people, say, well, it's already done and over. I don't need to go vote. So I would urge you, please don't pass this bill. Election day is election day. And when the polls close, that's when we count the ballots. Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Allred. I guess my concern is, how do you prove then the absentees really could be there on election day? You have to have them sign something that says, I truly will be out of town, or for some reason can't. I mean, then you're putting another burden on, and an oath. I understand in a perfect world that would be great. I just think maybe the horse is too far out of the barn to corral it and say, we're going to go back to that process. I mean, is it really that easy as you say? Thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman. You know, as I said, when I was in the Army, I filled out to get that absentee ballot, and there was 7 specific cases there that you could get an absentee ballot, and you had to mark which one it was, and you signed the application for the absentee ballot. If you don't fit one of those cases, then you don't qualify to vote absentee. And that's, you know, one of them, like say, was in the military. There was people out on a religious thing, a mission or something like that, people whose jobs required them to be out of the state. You know, if there's an issue that somebody claims, hey, that person falsified it, you know, but just even the fact that you have to have a qualification, that would reduce significantly the amount of ones. I mean, I remember there was a past chairman of Lincoln County who lived right across the street from the polling place, and he voted absentee because he couldn't be bothered to walk across the street.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to belabor some stuff, but I need to answer to some of the things that Mr. Allred said, with all due respect to him. It is in the statutes that says the county clerks must send a letter to every party chair asking them for their list of people who want to be judges. That is, if it's not happening in your county, you need to talk to your county clerk. It's a requirement. We take an oath to follow the Constitution and to follow the statutes, and that's very important to me. So I know that we're doing it in our county. The mail ballot situation that he was talking about was not given to us, and we asked if you wanted to study it, because we were finding it was very, very hard to get election judges. We asked to study it. It was dropped, as you all recall. So we did not receive mail ballot elections as clerks or something. And the absentee ballots currently, even during the pandemic, had to be requested by the voter and has to be vetted in our office before they go out. I don't want that kind of information to continue to go out, that we have sent ballots to people automatically, because we cannot. And your secretary would be able to tell you that. He's the one that said, not happening. It goes against our Constitution. Did not happen. I had a call just the other day, that same thing, that did you send them out to everybody? We did not. I just wanted to respond to that. Thank you.
Go ahead, and then we have Mr. Slagle following. Come right on up front.
Hi, this is Chris Corfonta again. I'm just speaking for myself. I don't vote party line. I like to research my vote. I love absentee ballots, not because I'm lazy. It's because I want to take the time to research the candidates, or the different judges that are up for recall or being supported, or any initiatives or any constitutional amendments. So I disagree with the previous speaker that it's because people are lazy or don't want to take the time. I really think it creates a more educated vote. I know lots of people like me who like to study the ballot, like to make the decision. And I think we need more educated voters. So I'm in favor of more absentee ballots. And again, we choose if we want to vote absentee. We go in, we sign up. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Questions, Mr. Fonte? Thank you. Mr. Corrente, let's keep it really tight. We're going to get.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually going to speak to the issue that we're dealing with. I don't think we're talking about the validity or legality of absentee voting right now. Specifically in the bill proposal, I'm not authorized to support this because the people I represent have a voice, but if any of this is considered or passed, there are a few concerns I have specifically on page 3, item 2, where it says the county clerk shall notify each political party. I would implore the committee to amend that and add some language saying the county chairman of each political party, because you can say, hey, we notified someone in the political party, they should know. And how much notice are they getting? I get it. We're talking about 2 days before the primary or the general. As a county chairman, I know when those days are, but I don't have notice from my clerk that they're actually engaging in this process. Also, I don't see anything in here that says with the extra time the clerks are going to be taking accessing absentee ballots, there's no provision in here to use any of that time to verify signatures of those absentees. We just passed voter ID in this state. So to go and vote at the polls, verification of identification is now statute. If the clerks have the additional time now, a few days to be going and processing, pre-processing all of these, and we already have that signature on file to verify, I would hope that we would consider adding that as a additional process here in the proposed bill. I have, with my county clerk, gone through the logic and public accuracy testing. It does take time, but it is available to everybody. It's amazing how well it is done and shows that it can be done right, but there are provisions that I see lacking in this and some of our other statutes that doesn't guarantee it'll always be done right. Someone can decide to do something. That's why we have penalties, not to keep good people from doing bad things, but to have a path to punish the bad people who are going to break our election codes. Again, Clerk Bartlett and her chief deputy, Lisa Smith, I work with them a lot. So when you see them, thank them and share your sympathies, because they deal with me more than this committee does. But they do a great job. There's just nothing guaranteeing that something can't happen just because they're really good at their job. And some of those things are missing out of this bill specifically.
Mr. Corrente, thank you. Ms. Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan Slagle from Weston County. One question I had for the county clerks was observing elections in Weston County. That's the only one I've been at. I wonder if it would work with absentee ballots. I know volunteers tend to be a problem. If you had one more volunteer per precinct in Weston County, if you had one more, you run them down the line, they open the envelope, check stuff off, check off the person that sent in the ballot, and then you have one person that takes it over and puts it in the machine. Because in Weston County, they only have one machine in Newcastle, anywhere where I vote. And so I was just curious if that process wouldn't help speed up, because I know there are times when you're there working, you have slow times when there's nobody coming in, so there's nothing happening. Then you could process a few ballots. So that's just a question I had. And I just was wondering if we did have a need for this bill of adding an extra day or two for counting. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Further question, Ms. Slagle. Okay, we'll let a clerk answer and then we're going to break for lunch. I was going to try to get the bill in, but we're going to break. So
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Slagle. So in some counties, I think I failed to mention that they might be still sending their absentee ballots to the polls because they have time at the polls to do that. So however they decide to do that, it's been a number of years since I've done that. We just always caution that you make sure people know you're voting absentees when you're doing that, so they don't wonder why, geez, there's nobody in the building and all of a sudden ballots are going through the machine. So, so there may be some counties that do that. I mean, what we're talking about is a separate place. And I know I use teams of 2, but several clerks did tell me they use teams of 3 and they may do it exactly like he mentioned. So.
Any more public comment? Any more public comment? Public comment is closed. We are at 12:34. We're going to go ahead and take a break till 1:45. We're going to cut a little short. We'll take up the bill and then we'll move on to runoff elections right behind it. I apologize for our slowness. I'm going to be a little sharper this afternoon. We're adjourned till 1:45.